All right. I'm back. We're back. Why is my bit rate so low? Why am I not? I did all that work getting the keying right last night, and then today, it's not right. That seems fair. Is that the corner? Ooh, that's the corner. Let's edit the transform. Is that the right hand side? Yep, that's the left hand side, I guess. Let's do 70. Almost got it. I guess it is 200. 210. There we go. Okay. All right. So bit rates not so atrocious now. Kind of all over the place. Let's try and adjust it. Output. It's a little bit better. Okay, we're in the green. Get in there, M. I'm chroma keyed now, M. Oh, I'm in a window in the bottom. What happened? Oh, there's the chat over there. Oh, look at me. I'm on TV. How you doing? But no, I've been super busy in real life with the kids and everything. My hair is very sparkly. I know I keep adjusting it. It keeps messing up. See if I can fix it. Maybe it's the smoothness. Whoa. Is that better? I had to put a blanket over my mesh chair too. Yeah, I'm gonna get I have a green t-shirt. I have a green t-shirt. Should I do that? I can go get it. Should I go get it? No, for put it over my chair. If I get a green t-shirt and put it over my chair will be invisible. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, I've been real busy with the kids. Oh, I see. Your smoothness helped. How's the game coming along? I'm really impressed with all that work you're doing in Blender. I'm totally jealous. I'm super jealous. A big pivot. What describe, tell me, what's up? All right, we got a couple things we have to figure out here. I think I told you a little, I can't remember, but everything now centers around a record shop, and then you'll see a leaderboard, choose levels, adjust latency. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got all that. Yeah. Growling, how's it going? This isn't gonna run right, right? There it is. Okay, so we're getting there. We're very close to having what I wanted. I felt bad for you this morning. Why's that? Or is that for M? I haven't been able to be at anybody's stream or anything. Um, Oh, man. So our first piece of lumber. This is an interesting problem. I like that this time around, all pretense is gone with this latest bullshit. Starting a war with a Truth Social post 2 a.m. in the morning. Announcing it dressed like you're going to fucking a baseball game. Some of you may die. Literally doing the King Farquaad speech. How about that moon? Some of you may die. So I don't know how to kick this thing off. It's so weird how there's so many basic issues that I have with this whole thing. That's the part to me that's wild. But we can add extensions, but the extensions don't expand. So let's work on that first. So we can test if it's an extension, right? Fucking hate this whole thing right now. I hate all of it. Not missing anything. I was about to start singing Where Are You, Cricket? Medusa, how's it going? I'm Today's going to be a rough one, guys. I haven't been able to stream. I've been sick. The day that I was going to stream on Tuesday, I literally fell asleep. So, whoa. I got that going for me, which is nice. I get to brainstorm a new game today. Nice. You know, I might take a break from the working on this thing. And what the hell happened here? Oh, I fucking hate all this code, guys. Fuck. God, this is atrocious. It's been a long time since I've come to code that I just can't fucking stand like this, but here I am. Um Here we go. Here's a translation for the Y bases. So this should be length From with. Damn straight, Jacob. How you doing? I was thinking about taking a break and working on the tactics game, but I keep telling myself not to do that on stream. I gotta tease sorrow. Dude, I had some revelations about not only the game units and stuff, but how the combat would work with the idea for the new unit types. I'm excited. Revelations. More for how do I get more people to enjoy these kinds of games, and like that's the focus that I'm going on for the game. Can you? How do you set a Gitter and Godot that uses function call? Is that the function?
Ooh, looks nice.
You look nice. I feel like I'm floating in space. No one's really commented about it yet except for M. But she's an AV nerd like me, so yeah.
I don't think we have that green hoodie anymore. I think the zipper broke and we might have gotten rid of it. What a bummer.
I know. Could have just been a floating head. We would need to get like a green thing on the microphone.
Oh yeah.
But
Well,
we
and I
could do
was
it.
thinking you could like put the hood on and like pull the drawstring really tight, so it's just your face, like an old
Yeah,
face.
that would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. Do I like sandwiches? Is this a setup for a joke? Of course I like sandwiches. Kind of psycho do you take me for? Do you like sandwiches, you crazy son of a bitch? Huh? I love that I'm just cussing you out. Oh, it was on a specific. It was on a specific. You would give it the resource lumber of the thing to get the position. So cautious about. Dude, the ultimate trolling for any streamer is someone to ask a question. And it being some like the question itself is like some awful thing that the streamer doesn't know about or whatever. Yeah, you're muted. Can't hear you. Brigading somebody with can't hear you. Mic's not working. I got that a lot when I first started streaming a couple of years back. Like almost a decade back. I didn't fall for it though, because I understood that stuff. And it's digital now. It's almost impossible for something to be wrong. Because I just check the levels and be like, nah, it's fine. That'd be the end of that. Guys will do that to girl streamers to try and get them to stand up and stuff, though. It's all about the thirsting. Mute on accident. I do it occasionally when I come back from something. Full paranoia. I said I love sandwiches. What do you think I am, a psycho? If that's not I like sandwiches, I don't know what is. That's literally what I said. Fiera, how you doing, man? By the way, the green screen may or may not be a mistake, but you guys paid for it. Thank you for your subs and bits and all that stuff. I appreciate it. Now I feel like a professional streamer sitting here. I feel like alone in this. Should I make myself bigger? Am I big enough for you guys? You want me to get bigger for you? You guys want me to get bigger? But it was caution. Well, I have to filter. I know it's you, Nathir, so I don't have to worry, but it's like, is this some sort of racist thing I don't know about? Is this some Harambe bullshit that I'm about to fall into? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, dudes. Hey, guys. Just really excited to see you. Can come over here. Yeah, the great thing about a green screen is you don't have to worry about covering up the code. You know? Like, you don't have to worry about it at all. So, like, right now, I don't really need to worry about covering the code or anything like that. It's great. It's good like this. I'll do like this for now. I feel pretty big just like this, right in the middle.
Hi, everybody. It's me, your friendly neighborhood cricket. How y'all doing today?
Middle makes it seem bigger too. Yeah. I wish I could stand up. And like, if one thing I have to do is eventually get the camera closer to me, and then the green screen will frame in better, and then I'll be able to literally have the entire everything behind me be. I do have a standing desk. I haven't used it lately. I got to bring the treadmill in. All my mom's stuff is downstairs, and that's where the treadmill is. I've been kind of avoiding going down there. But anyways, yeah, I've been super busy in real life. And so that's been contributing to me not being able to get going or anything like that. So we have extensions with no knowledge of neighbor.
Shut up and take my money.
Tom Millman. Thank you for the gifted sub. Is that 6 months in advance? Thank you so much, Tom. Tom helping funding the quality improvements of the stream. Taking it to the next level. Tom is the Batman of the stream, silently watching over, swooping in. What in the hell's that? To Bob. Continuing gifted sub. Oh, snap. Is there like a sell going on? I did not know this. Well, thanks for that. Appreciate it. We've also got, look at this. Wait, no, that's not it. Hang on, let me find it. Now we can, oh, I gotta crop it. But I'll be in full blackness. And I can do something like this with the daughter. So we'll be in complete darkness. And we'll be like this now. When we play games together or program. So that'll be cool. Gotta adjust some things there. But it'll be dope. It's true, he is Batman. He beats us when we break. Thank you so much for that, Medusa. I appreciate it. Okay. So we do get lumber position I forgot about. So that's our missing link. It's a missing link. That's one thing I want to have when I get a follow. Is you got to understand what a crumpet is to know what. Hang on, let me see. It's when Raph and Casey Jones fight. Let me see if I can get a clip from it. Here we go. Here we go. See if I can get to the scene.
It looks like you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson, pal. Class is paying 101. Your instructor's Casey
Let's
Jones.
see if it goes.
Law. One sail, pal. We're...
Go.
Cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is to understand cricket.
There we go. So I've got to have that, but I got to get the center track. So I have to get the 5.1 surround sound audio and then just get the center channel so it doesn't have the music because I'm a weird psycho for having it be all super clean. But we'll do that soon. Gotta understand what a crumpet is to understand cricket. Cricket? Resource. If it's lumber. Lumberg after. M's not around. Where's M? I think we started getting really confusing. Sequoia. But I think the robot arborist is probably the way to go, guys. That way when you die, it can be super fun. Because if you fall, you can explode into a lot of pieces. Or if the tree falls on you, and blow up and everything. And then respawning and everything, you just kind of reappear as like a drone bot and it costs you money. And maybe we have it be where you're cyborg humans, so you look like a human. But then when you die, you kind of, it's clear you're a robot. Something like that. Or we have you look like Crash Test Dummies. Once there was this kid who got into an accident and ate lots of burritos and went. Oh, and then there was this girl who ate tacos all day and some nachos. They said it was from when she had so many nachos. Oh! Okay, so it's doing something, but it's not quite what we want. And then to finally came back, she had tacos all over her body. Do 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 nachos. It's a weird kind of influx of Christian rock for a period of time in the 90s. What a time. What a time. Oh. Basis Y. We just need a flat number, not a from basis we project on Y. So if we just do get position Y, is that going to do what we want? Y times Y, basis Y. What a man, what a man, what a man. taco good, man? Say it again now. What a taco good, man. Blah, blah, blah. What a taco good. So we project from Y. Let's try this, see what happens. No. Do, oh. Do, oh. I hate all of this. Fucking sucks. This code is shit. God damn. I wish I was where Fiera is, where it's just like making the game. I hate this part of it, man. $1987 was a weird year. Painting 24/7 now. All I do is sprites. Well, supposedly you can't copyright AI artwork in the from the Supreme Court's opinion. Which is fucking... Now, I kind of disagree, but the public domain is about to get fucking huge. It also means that the possibility of the patent system being fucked from all this is pretty high. Scrape from the public. I don't know. I mean, a lot of art is, I mean, it's directly like, I want it like Mickey Mouse, but this. So, I don't know. I didn't read the actual positions from the court, so I'd have to look into it. So I don't know what their ruling was based off of, what thinking they had. But the potential to really fuck up the patent system is pretty large, which means that in general, far more things are going to enter public domain right at the beginning of the idea. Which is almost a net good, depending on the thing. Probably didn't have one. I mean, if you, I don't know. Yeah. Ooh, oh. So let's do branch. Length. So the size of our sons of bitches is way too big. Let's fix that. Let's just keep busting through this. I'm feeling so shitty right now. We gotta keep going. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. All right. So how many presidents until my son's drafted into a war? Let's see. We got what? About 3 more years of this guy. So my son is 4. We got 14 years. 14, let's just say 4 years for every president. So we're at 3 presidents, which could be really just one. So we got one year, one more president. We can really change things, guys. We only got one fucking shot to fix things. Jesus Christ. One more president. Who's it going to be that's the obvious, like, oh, yeah, that was it the whole time? Because this is what happens. Whoever it ends up being for the Democrats or Republicans, the whole time it's like, oh, yeah, of course it was. So I don't know who it's going to be. Newsom, I don't think is going to make it through the early process. But I don't know. Newsom's two-faced, man. But every politician is. Anyone who's got their eyes on the presidency generally is. Sanders is too old. Yep. Sanders is out. It'll be someone who's been in the system for a long time, guys. Some gray-haired fucker. Somebody who's just in it. And suddenly the entire news cycle and everything gets behind him. Magically. Every time. It's like, oh yeah, the guy from some place. Yeah, Todd. I never thought about it until I had a boy. And then suddenly, although supposedly we have the draft set out for women as well, if we had one, right? Supposedly. But it does change things a lot I mean, I remember doing having to do the selective service thing and all that, and don't even know, yeah. But we don't draft anymore. We just make sure people are poor enough that joining the military is the only option. That's our draft. You won the poor lottery. Congratulations. Military's looking pretty good. We don't have conscription, but it sure starts to look like it over time. So apparently our position is relative to our neighbor. Is this right? Lumber length. Length plus equals lumber length. So it just keeps growing. I hate all of this. I hate it all. Branch length is 0.2 and width is 0.1. So when we run extension, extend size, we create a new piece of lumber here. Here we go. Here do we go. Here do we go. Bop, 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 bop. This is where we do our magic. Oh, oh, it's magic. You know. It's magic. Oh, and look at this. Width equals some number, and length. I just detest war. It ultimately is a complete failure of everything comes down to communication. Arguments typically are almost always a misunderstanding or a miscommunication. Wars feel like artificial misunderstandings and miscommunications. You know what I mean? Like all politics. It's all about positioning and all kinds of shit, right? And then ultimately the gross, sickest part of it all is that the people with these problems send their sons and daughters to die. It's sick. It's a complete failure of our ability to it's a rational breakdown. And then we mask it all with language. George Orwell had a really good essay on the language of war. Politics in the English Language. Here it is. I highly recommend reading this. It's a little dated in its references. Let's see if I can find the actual essay. Yeah. Certain kinds of words in writing, particularly in art criticism, literary criticism, and it is normal to come across language along passages that are almost completely lacking in meaning. So yeah, he lays it out in terms of like other pieces of literature. Now that I have made this catalog of swindles and perversions, let me give you another example of a kind of writing that they lead to. And he gives an example. He uses Ecclesiastes, which is from the Bible, right? And he turns it into modern English. Here's the original the original piece. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. But time and chance happen to them all. Here it is in modern English, he says. Object considerations of contemporary phenomenon compel the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to commiserate with an innate capacity, but that a considerable element of unpredictable must invariably have taken into account. Anyways, here's the essay. It's a good one. It convinced me in writing to try and stay away from turn of phrase, especially if you're doing period writing. Turn of phrase and like a lot of modern phrasing, to just avoid it. It also improves your writing by doing that. You just come up with better phrasing. But anyways, it's a good essay. Right, here he goes. In our time, political speech and writing are largely in defense of the indefensible. Like the continuance of the British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, and the dropping of the atom bombs in Japan can indeed be defended, but only with arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, and which do not square with the professed aims of the political parties. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. Defenseless villages are bombarded from the air, the inhabitants driven out into the countryside, the cattle machine gunned, the huts set on fire with incendiary bullets. This is called pacification. Millions of peasants are robbed of their farms and sent trudging along roads that are no more than they can carry, and this is called the transfer of population, or the rectification of the frontiers. People are imprisoned for years without trial, shot in the back of the neck, or sent to die of scurvy in Arctic lumber camps. This is called elimination of unreliable elements. Such phraseology is needed if one wants to name things without calling up mental pictures of them. Consider the instance, comfortable English professors defending Russian totalitarianism. He cannot say outright, I believe in killing off your opponents, when you can get good results by doing so. Anyways, it's a good essay. But when you read this and you start to hear people talk about killing people, it becomes pretty clear what they're actually saying and how they're trying to make it appetizing to people. That makes me sick. Anyways, back to this. I mean, the thing is we're so used to using that language that we just do. What's the first thing we did when we invaded Iraq? We called the people attacking us, invading another country, insurgents. It sounds like a bad thing. But if you read the definition of insurgency, it's anyone who opposes a political force that is using violence against you, an invader coming into your country and attacking you. It's precisely the right word, but used in a negative light. It's used in a way that's like, I mean, we were insurgents in the Revolutionary War. You know? And then we say insurgency. It's gross. Yeah. But yeah, just pay attention to language. Pay attention to language. I don't know though. I mean, we are growing closer and closer to the Ministry of Truth kind of way that they're talking about shit now. It's really disturbing. So from our width, we're going to shrink by 1/10. I think it's by 9. It isn't a function. You are correct. Now this is either going to get really big or really small. Let's see what happens. It's hard to gauge where we're at from them in the next generation. If we're gonna always look, I mean, the disturbing future that I'm worried about right now is that AI capture by the US has already happened. There will be no new competitors in artificial intelligence, and if there were any, they would come from outside in a sold back to the public from a military position. We are setting, they're already setting things up so that there won't be a competitive place for that. Nerds are going to do nerdy stuff, I suppose. I'm talking about the capture of the regulatory capture that's already starting to happen with artificial intelligence. I don't see it far from now that any sort of open source AI will be basically black market. I think we and then we'll use the same artificial intelligence to create our arguments and stuff for different things, not knowing the original prompting that gave us the results that we're getting in the first place. Yeah. But we'll see. But I think as people get dumber, using AI to proposition their position, to say, hey, I how do I argue this and win this argument? I think that's probably going to happen a lot more. So extension size, lumber width and length. And then we have pins. Let's do a new one. It's gross. Cricket's going on rant. He's on Rant Central 101. Lumber girths. Oh my god. Hey, how you doing? How's it going, Colt? So that's working fine. So as we increase the extension size, we should be creating resource lumber with a width that is slowly decreasing in length and width. Or a piece of lumber that is slowly decreasing in length and width. We are not seeing that just yet. It is possible, because we're using tools, that something is going wrong. It shows up correctly once, uno. Now, interestingly, is it actually twice? Height. And sounded like I said height. Height. Now, I see the problem. I see the problem. We need to get the neighbor's width and length. The neighbor's width and length, ladies and gentlemen. The neighbor's width and length. So, we have extension size here. We have an array of extensions, ladies and gentlemen. The Beatles. The Beatles, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. The Beatles, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Size minus uno. Per favore. Width. And then length. There we go. That should do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. 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 Well, got a really good show. A really good show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. 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 Out of bound index. -1. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Out of bounds index. 0. Extension size. Value. Extension size is 0. How is this firing if it's 0? If value is greater than... Oh, because it's value, dumbass. Fucking idiot. Moron. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Cricket has lost his fucking mind. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Okay, so if the value var find lookup is an integer, if value equals 0, lookup equals 0, lookup equals value minus 1. 10, 4, and then we say lookup. This is trash. All this shit is trash. It's all trash. Don't do this. Don't speak. I know just what you're thinking. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Do 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 do. Don't speak. So lookup. Lookup is even more than that. It's resource lumber. Resource lumber. Lumber fucker. Lumber fucker. Okay. It's worse than that. It's worse than that. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go like this. Let's go like that. All right, value 0. Value minus 1. Then we can just do width. Delete 3D. Delete word. Delete 3 word. There we go. And what are we mad about here? Everything's fine. Calm down. Lookup's not in the current scope. It's not even there anymore. Calm down. Take forever, your LSP. You down with LSP? Yeah, you know me. All right. Fine. Extrusion. Well, extrude me, princess. Out of bounds. That would have been a perfect ending for those series. Last episode of the Zelda show. Well, extrude me, princess. The blind shut. 23. What? Value is greater than extension size. Oh, value will never equal 0. My bro. Value will never equal 0. Value is less than or equal to 1. Yeah. If it's 1, we do this, and then otherwise we do that. Okay, so that should do it. Add base. Branch. Out of bounds, get index 1. I'm not asking for index 1. Value is 1. Prior index would be, so extension size, that's our next one. So if we just did by extension size, by this alone, we know that the value is incrementing. It's larger. If we use existing extension size here, so that's a prior value. Why don't we just do that then? That's what we're assigning. Extension size equals 0, then we know we're here. This is the prior extension size. That puts us at 0 for the second round. Calm down. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Worse, besides using modern turn of phrase in old stuff, like, it's like saying, I'll text you. I'll text you. It's like, what are you talking about? There we go. Okay, so we got it. Now we're getting smaller, but you'll see we're slowly offset. So we have to take into account our previous length and widths when we're grabbing the new one. That's what she said. Let's go ahead and add a branch to some bitch. There we go. Now let's extend the branch. So we've got a branch, and we're going to extend that branch. Out she goes. Whoa, there she goes. Okay, so first branch is being buried inside of the other one. So we got to fix that issue. As you can see there. But we're getting there. We are getting there. New setup. Who dis? Greg, how you doing, man? You got it? You bought it? Oh man. I'm thinking about surprising the thing is I'd have to buy a Switch 2 and the game. The Switch 2, how much does the Switch 2 eat anyways? They don't have like the premium Switch 2, do they? $500 MSRP. All right. Is this cheap though? Pokemon Pokopia? And Pokopia's not on the Switch 1, right? You can play it via Game Share if you're invited by a Switch 2 owner. Fuck Nintendo. Fuck off. So you can play it. It looks bad. Dude, it's getting like 10s. Pokopia Metacritic. Let's look it up. Things fucking... It's made by the same guys who did Dragon Quest Builders DOS. 88 on average, which is almost 90. New York Times gave it a 90. I don't know what that means. Anyways. But it's if you don't like the Builders series, I wouldn't recommend it. It's like Minecraft plus Animal Crossing and Pokemon stuff. Yeah. It's like that. And without, like, if you take away the fighting from Pokemon and you just set it in a Minecraftian world with like life sim elements to it, and that's basically what you got. And it's also got this post-apocalyptic kind of vibe to it where something happened to all the humans or all the trainers. But it's just you and other Pokemon trying to rebuild society. But yeah, if you don't know the Builder series or you tried the Builder series and you don't like it, I wouldn't recommend it. These guys did Builders 2. Who did Dargon Quest? Their pedigree is pretty good though. They have let me see who it is. I forget. It's not Nintendo. It's Squeenix. Omega Force. So they've done Romance of the Three Kingdoms primarily. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms series, and then suddenly they fucking dropped this banger. But they've been getting in bed with Nintendo quite a lot lately with their Dynasty Warriors crossovers with like Zelda and shit. But they did Fire Emblem Warriors, Persona 5 Strikers, which is like a different kind of take on the Persona stuff. One Piece game, Hyrule Warriors. Yeah. Yeah, there isn't any fighting. You play as Ditto, so when you find a Pokemon, you can copy their moves and use them to do things. Yeah. It's a clever way of integrating the gatekeeping, like your abilities, tying it to your character's like growth and stuff. It's really good. But definitely since you like fantasy like cricket. Yeah, that's why I'm like, ooh. But I'll save up for a Switch 2. And I'll get it at some point. So it is cross-play with the Switch 1. Fuck you, Nintendo. That means it's playable on the Switch 1. So it's cross-share with Switch 1, but you have to have a Switch 2 with a copy of the game. So fucking Nintendo, man. That's so typical. Oh, so I can invite you to my world? I think so. I don't know that it's like local. You don't want to come? It's a disaster right now. Oh, I have a new raids. Here's what I want to have for a raid, guys. Can you follow me on this journey? TMNT2 Splinter. Here it is.
Oh, man.
All right.
Where's Splinter?
Here we go. So this is what I want to have when we get rated. All right. Here we go. With better quality.
Where's Splinter?
He's been up on the roof ever since he saw your report.
Really? Doing what?
Coming.
That's it. We end it right there. So that's the raid notification.
Really? Doing what?
Coming.
And the oh shit. Coming. What's he been doing up there? Coming. Huh? All right. That's it. Splinter? No. What's he? Why is he up there for so long? He's always got his lotion. Dry hands, I guess. He's just degenerates, a lot of you. I also want to do developers. I want to do that one for when we get rated as well. Just a sweaty ass Balmer. I got an HD version of that. I got that downloaded. Just a sweaty Balmer in HD. Was that 98? Developers. Developers. So I think we have an off by one issue here. That's part of our problem. So we'll fix that. Lumber position. Length starts out at 0. Let's try this. We'll do length first.
Developers develop.
Yeah, I have the clip for it, though. Let me see if I can find it. I have a better one. Without the music.
Okay, so what is the $64,000 question? Holy cow, I'm gonna have to tough it up now. Here we go. What's the $64,000 question for the field? What is the most asked question that I've received this week? What the hell are we supposed to do about .NET, Steve? It's a very good question, and it's got a very, very clear answer. Developers. The key to .NET, the key to industry transformation, the key to success is developers. Yes!
Anyways, that's what we're going to have. Another raid notification. I just got to get it all edited and set up right. We'll get there. He did a lot of coke that morning. He was ready to go. I don't know. They probably there's probably some drug they have that's like not addictive, and you know, I don't know. Maybe it was coke. It's a fan of the dust. The same speech as the dancing bear? I don't know. Probably just coke. I don't know. Probably just coke. Cocaine. Cocaine. I failed you, Master Wayne. I had a lot of cocaine. Some men just want to watch the world get high. There we go. Okay, so we got that fixed. We're almost in business, boys. 420 blaze it. 420 blaze it. Shit, I got to start doing shout outs here. Fiera, everyone knows Fiera. Pollinator or Die, it's on Steam. Start wishlisting that shit. So, but there's the demo is there as well. By the way, Jotson's got his thing going on too. I'll do a shout out for Jotson here. Just a moment. Jotson's Mailroom. Sounds like it's doing pretty good on Next Fest. I don't know. I watched the 48 Hours about a high-level Microsoft developer that was shooting up the H train on his boat with a prostitute. So maybe once you get rich enough, you just get bored. Yeah. I'll release Mac Linux only. Sometimes it's wild. Sometimes the Proton is so good that a Linux build actually performs worse than the Proton build. It's wild. But it depends on the engine and stuff. Yeah. It's because it's not emulation. Proton's not emulation. So it's a bit deeper than that. And it just runs a version of Windows that's like better than Windows runs Windows. It's really weird. It's really weird. But yeah, sometimes you can run a Proton version of a game on the same exact hardware, and it runs better on that than on the Windows build. Windows is so blooded. Supposedly, Windows 12 is subscription-based AI. So they're just masking off on 12. You no longer own your operating system. You're going to pay a subscription model to have your fucking OS. That's the end of Microsoft. I honestly don't know how you keep going at that rate. I mean, I know that technically that's what the corporate space is doing already, basically for Microsoft licensing. But I think it's the ship sailed for modern computing and OS in general. I mean, maybe we'll get back to a day where you literally just booting the game and nothing else. It rewrites the driver stuff. It's everything. It's the entire layer of Windows that needs to exist in order for any part of the game to run. So it's pretty deep. I can run Amiga OS on my Pi 500 just fine. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Yeah, my company pays Microsoft a lot of money. Yeah. Microsoft essentially is monetizing its they don't care about home users. They don't need to. And so they see money signs where we exist. Whoa. What is going on? Sorry about that. We entered the fucking Matrix there. I don't know why that happened. I don't know if you guys even saw it. But yeah, I mean I think that they see home users like banks see people who walk into the bank and walk up to the teller for their customer service. They lose money when that happens. That was the craziest thing working at a bank, is how much they wanted to discourage people from coming in and physically walking into the bank. Because unless they were a high roller account, every time they interacted with a customer in that way, some old grandma, they were losing money. That's what they saw it as. So you get a little old lady there, and she's like, I've got a box of quarters that I'd like to have deposited. Hold on, it's in my purse right here. Oh, I dropped some quarters on the ground. It's like they just see like negative. It's like, oh no, this costs us money. Give me a moment. I mean, it's banks literally lock. They fucking chain the pins to the counter. That's the way they pinch pennies. Like, we can't even give away pins here. Not unless you're opening an account. Then we'll give you a shitty ass pin. Hold on. My nephew says, stop impersonating your mom. Luckily, she never got that old. Man, customer service, though, you do see a lot of old ladies. Saddest thing in the world is an old lady coming in to close her. When I worked at I worked at a local ISP, and they put me at the front desk because I was good with people. I fucking hated it. I just wanted to be on the phones all the time, but they put me at the front desk, and it was like 3 times a week. Some old lady was coming in, sad as hell. Her husband had died. He was the one using the internet. She was shutting the countdown, and I give him a hug and everything, and make me feel like shit. Sued that guy from Clerks. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. Well, they gave me a raise. It was weird. It was like, hey, do you want a raise? And I'm like, yes. And they're like, okay, you don't work on the phones anymore. And I'm like, what? And then I just sat at a desk all day for like a year and a half watching Tech TV. I mean, it was a sweet gig. I guess they just didn't trust any of the other nerds to talk to actual humans. We had I remember there was a day we had a big ass earthquake. With Leo and Patrick. Hell yeah. Screensavers. And what was the one with the nerdy guy, the super nerdy guy? Call for Help. Man, there's that clip. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's where we are. Why is the screensaver coming on? This job would be great if it wasn't for the effing customers. Yeah. I updated Omarchi. That's what happened. This is why you build your own. You build everything from scratch, like Fiera. Like a lunatic. Been watching videos on folks doing early retirement, and one of them strats to get healthcare is to work at a part-time gig. See old ladies doing customer service. Yeah, I'm on Omarchi. One time, Leo Laporte shared his Apple photo album and his dong was in there. That must have been after Tech TV. Oh, that's fucking great. I'd love to see him rebound from that. He was always a professional. Oh, man. Oh, do you have a clip of that? Dude, there's the Call for Help where the guy breaks the like ancient one-of-a-kind cylindrical record. Do you remember that? What was the kid? Chris Perillo? Breaks. Here it is. Old man. Oh my God. This is heartbreaking. We got to do this one for a clip. We got to do this one for Raid. Here we go. Get ready. This is cringe. Brace yourself.
So this is a one-of-a-kind piece. There's no other one like this particular one in the world. And you can see the tracks go this way. And it's really cool because it records much more accurately than... Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Well, that does happen every once in a while. That can't be good. Now, are you done with that then?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
All right. Apparently, we're really done with that one.
Oh my God. Ooh. Man. That's heartbreaking. I need to go walk outside. Dude, man, that guy's driving home. He's like, fucking idiot. God. He's just so mad at himself. By physical. He's just crying on his way home. What do I gotta tell him? That was supposed to be our kids' college money. Fuck. Fuck. He's just, he's like slamming his hands against the steering wheel. That was an Edison era cylinder. Yeah. I mean, it had like a real recording on it and everything too. It was. Oh, God. All to be on TV. Just because you wanted to be on TV. Fucking shit. Stupid moron. Should have kept it in the goddamn camera. What were you thinking? He's just driving home. Fuck. I can imagine. Should have made a copy. Not even hard, bruh. Oh, man. Yeah, he's focused too much. And his hand is shaking, so I imagine he starts squeezing on it harder because he wants to stop his hand shaking. He sees the monitor show the close up and he sees himself shaking. And so he's squeezing on it harder in the hopes that he calms down. And then it just fucking explodes. No. Okay, we're almost there, guys. So we're getting to a point here. Now all we have to do is with the extensions, let's get the angle stuff going right. So we've got our base. We can add the base. And we have our data structure has been reshaped so that we can copy branches and bases. So we have a tree that goes up like this. Everything goes up. Keep extending this son of a bitch. If we run the scene, we are busted. Save as 4. Save. Okay, run it again. Non-existent function. Update lumber 142. Oh! 142. GG. On base, nil. So if we try to do this from a null, resource lumber on base nil. Get lumber position. Lumber fucked her. All right, Jacob, see ya. The resonance. He reached frequency resonance of the cylinder. Colt, that's totally right. Have a good one. Bust some ass on the jam, Jacob. You're gonna win it again. Go screw yourself. Non-existent get lumber position based null. Invalid call. And nil. So for some reason it thinks resource lumber doesn't exist. Branch from. That's the problem. We have no branch from. This whole thing is trash. All this code is trash. It's all trash. Because it is. It's just trash. I was an idiot and I was like, oh, I'll just use inheritance for this and and it's everything I don't do. And I did. And I hate life now. I hate it. I don't know why anyone programs like this. It just slows you down so much. God bless it. All right. Anyways. Self. So if we're not a branch, here it is. How is it null? Be a breath for lunch and stuff. All right, see ya. Be right back, guys. What in the hell's going on? Did the stream shut off? What did you guys even see that whole time? I'm ready to go. I'm just getting some lunch going here. Everything's busted now. Hang on. God bless America. Let me see if I can get the fucking screensaver shit to stop. What that? What is it? What would that even be under? All right. Hyper idle. Five minutes? $15. How about that? Okay. Sorry, I had to go check on the kids and stuff. See how class was doing, whatnot. Now my multiple windows are all screwed up. Lovely. Lovely. Godot crashed. Everything's coming up. Millhouse. Connection refused. Well, screw me. There we go. Chainsaw. Game. Tool. I don't need this. Bunch of stuff here I don't need. I don't need any of this. Runtime is busted, right? We determined that. Oh, we don't have a tree to load. 10.4, Big Daddy. Let's go ahead and add a base. Let's go ahead and extend our girth. There's our girthy tree. Look at that. Can we go all the way to 20? What happens if we do that? Ooh. Ooh. If we manually type it in, all kinds of hell breaks loose. Yeah. We don't want to do that. Don't save. Okay, we don't have a handle for that yet. But we will. We will. Add base. We'll get there. All right, let's do a branch here. And add branch. There she is. Let's go over to the branch. Let's try moving her around. Anglais. Ooh, what happened? Anglais. Everything got all spaced out. Okay. And, okay, so everything's here. Everything's here. We just have a couple of bugs. Just have a couple of bugs. If we extend this. Okay. Okay. Branch. And our size is way too big. So when we first create the branch, when we add a branch, let's look at that real quick. Add a branch. New branch. Signal. Resource.
Get ready for the ride of your life.
Get ready. Get ready. Add branch. Add base. This is on lumber. Lumber has add branch. Resource branch new. Here we go. So we'll use the same minimum. So resource branch. Width equals width. So it can't be bigger than the thing we're branching from. Length equals length. All right, I got to go get my pizza. Hot out of the oven. Hot out of the oven. Let's just do a branch here. Make sure it's working. Bloop. All right, good. Good, good. What do we say we make it half the size of our friend, the atom? Length? Half as well? I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, Parm. Thundercloud, a nationwide thunderclap. They need to call it Thunderclap. Clap those cheeks at Thunderclap. Thundercloud chain. I don't know what Thundercloud is. So I'm guessing no. What the hell's Thundercloud? Hands Across America. You guys remember that shit? Be right back. They do sandwiches? Oh, good for them. Those shitheads. Why is he cussing? Why did he call them shitheads? So I have a super old number pad. I'm hopefully gonna go set up for scene switching and stuff on OBS here. We're gonna try our hardest to make this shit so cool. Everyone's gonna be like, how cool? Cricket's so cool. Look at his stream. All right. Sorrow. How you doing, man? I'm in the middle. Oh, look at me. In the middle of the sea. He's losing it. Does anyone else like to have their pizza like almost like a cracker? Does anyone get that really flat dough from Domino? Is it Domino's that has the flat crust and the crust almost is like a pastry? It's flaky, which is like not what a pizza dough crust should be. They did some revamps. Oops. Whoops. Well, this is cool. I can put video where I used to be.
Video, everyone. Today I'm over here in Santa Cruz at the Aptos Ditch, where this all started, baby. This is where we got the name for Escape and Destroy, and this is where the series really blew up. The idea really came from the Lexington Reservoir, but you guys know that when I originally went over there, it was filled with water. So we did the little quarter pipe. I've told the story before, so I'm not going to go too super into detail, but this is where it really blew up, like I said. So we're here to do some maintenance. There's also some piles of like sticky debris that I would like to bring my chipper back and chip that up, maybe throw the chips off into some dirt areas or whatever. I don't know. We're just gonna get it nice and scaped up and then catch a session on it. Jared and I also wanted to build.
I haven't, but
maybe like a little bank to ledge or something.
Al's sings its praises all the time.
Start that. We got to do a little resurfacing and all
So much so that it has to be good.
For you today, and let's get it. Had to run to the dump real quick. I had a load.
Shout out to Els.
You showed up.
What up, what up? Welcome back to another episode of Skate and Destroy, a series where I go around to overgrown skate spots, skate parks, the DIYs, I landscape them up, and then I skate. It's been a minute since we've been back to the pit, but we're here to get it nice and scaped up. Jared and I have been talking about coming back here for a while now so we could build a new obstacle. We were putting it off for some time now, but we finally found some time to meet up and get it started. He's got a couple parking blocks we want to make a bank to ledge out of on the side.
Alright, the edge of the ditch is like right there, so I wanted to kind of weed whack as far up as I could just to make it look a little bit better, and then I'll try to shovel all of this dirt up into there. I'm gonna do the same right here too, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. This is the pile of debris that I'm thinking about chipping up, and I'm also thinking about maybe chopping up this tree just so it's flush with the cement, so we have a little bit of extra runway and it doesn't look as bad, but I'm not sure if I'll do that.
I was a little reluctant at first to chop up that tree just because I don't want to make any unnecessary debris, but that branch is actually broken, so I think I'm going to take it out for sure. I can make pretty easy work out of it with my chipper, and I can spread the chips around on the dirt areas up top. Considering we don't have a lot of DIYs in Santa Cruz and this one has been here for a while, I want to try to make this place look like a public park so the city doesn't get mad and take it out.
Jared wanted to jump on this, so I'm gonna have him scoop all the dirt off the concrete while I finish working down this way.
Why did it explode?
Look who we just found! These little dudes are endangered. Little three-toed salamanders. So if you're in the Santa Cruz or Aptos area and you see these little buggers when you're out in your yard, definitely relocate them so you don't hurt them. They're really cool. Check it out. If you come skate, pack the trash. All right, sorry for all the bouncing around, but I'm gonna come back here and weed whack a little bit for Jared so he can finish getting this dirt up.
I got carried away and started taking over Jared's job before I gave it back to him.
So we have to reset the transform.
Alright, so this is the idea we're going for, pretty much all the way to the tunnel. So we'll get all of this up, we'll get all of that up, and then wrap around. This side's not as bad, but I'm gonna leave this.
Specifically, you have to reset the
water disbursement.
position.
I might like shape up just the side of this so you have a little bit more runway, and then I'm gonna, like I said, take this off because we're gonna build the bank to ledge, I think right here, because it's just the best spot for you to be able to skate it from both sides. So yeah, just a little update for y'all. Jared's got this Cementhol mix that he's gonna try to resurface the area we want to put the ledge. So we're gonna do like a little section right there and like right there maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
When I came this day, I was thinking that I wanted to get all of the chipping work done. I wanted to get all of the dirt off the cement. I wanted to fill up all the cracks. I wanted to get it pretty much prepped so that we can come back and just build the bank to ledge. But I kind of been biting off more than I can chew with the cleanups, and I don't want to get burnt out. And since this spot's close to me, I'm just going to do what I can today and then come back for the rest. I feel like the videos have been lacking a little bit just because I'm trying to push out content for you guys, and I don't want that to happen. I'll just make multiple videos out of the different projects I have here.
All right, I'm not gonna show you for obvious reasons, but up in this corner right here, I just found my second dead deer at a spot, and it wasn't as decomposed as the first one. Sorry for the gross information, but I tried to grab my shovel to scoop it off the side so nature can do its thing. And when I went to go move it, there was probably a pile of like thousands of maggots. Oh my God, dude, it was the nastiest thing I've ever seen. But subscribe, because I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I'm not going to subject you guys to that nastiness, but hands down, that was the grossest crap I've ever seen in my life. It reminds me of that scene from The Lost Boys when they give Michael some takeout food from a Chinese restaurant. It's supposed to be rice, but it's filled with maggots. Except it was even worse. It was probably 10 times the amount. Absolutely repulsive.
That looks fun.
All right, we got the left side done since it's easier. Jared's working over there getting some concrete prep so we could do some crack filling. And I'm gonna move over to this area and start working my way down this way.
It's really hard to tell, but the cement here is super bumpy and hard to skate on. It's almost like it was textured or something to prevent people from skating. We're gonna try to resurface some areas though so that it's easier. Definitely bring some soft wheels if you come here and skate with a needle. I ride Bones, the Caballero X formulas, and they do really good here, but you can even get some heftier ones honestly, and it would probably be even easier.
Making progress. Jared's doing a little Bondo work over to this obstacle.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. Fiera, thanks so much.
Yo, so whoever built this little pump bump right here in the middle of the ditch, the city's always gonna take any obstacle that you build in this area out because it's gonna impede water flow. So to save you guys some time, labor, and money, just try not to build anything in the flat bottom of any of the ditches because the city's gonna take them out regardless. So just the more you know.
Building obstacles in the middle of the ditch is an easy way to get your spot busted. If the city sees that, they're more inclined to just take the whole thing out. It definitely sucks sometimes, but there's plenty of space on the sides to build obstacles.
Jared started throwing the dirt right here up towards the top like we had previously mentioned, but that's going to be a whole ass task in itself. So we're going to get the rest of the
Tapir, how's it going? I was talking to Em earlier. She took off.
And then we're going to come back another day to handle the chipping, the dirt, and just a couple other bigger projects that we'd like to do.
Sounds like the game's coming along, right?
Jared's opening up all the possible lines. Gonna get that lacquered up so you could do like tail
Why does it
slides and
explode?
slides if you're really hesh.
Alright, this is the last little bit of debris that we gotta get raked up and then put in the truck. I'm definitely starting to feel antsy to skate, that's for sure. I'm starting to piece together some lines that I want to do. You could really get down here if you actually try and film some legit stuff for a video part. I literally just dropped my wheelbarrow off at my storage unit yesterday and now I need it. I really need to get like a trailer or something so that I can just keep all my tools on me all at once. Just another thing to add to the shopping list.
Does he mask up when he does this?
Let's go, baby. She's looking nice and scaped up. So I have a couple things.
He's just covered in
we
dirt.
gotta take care of. We're gonna resurface that a little bit, fill in some of these cracks. Jared's already over here handling it. We got all the dirt, as much of the debris out of them as we can, and then get them nice and filled up so that we're not falling all over the place. This was a real bad obstacle. Look at that thick daddy. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna look nice.
We need more water on that stuff. Just too dry. It's this guy he cleans up like drains and stuff so they can skate them.
I'm gonna load up all my crap and change out my shoes, and then we'll finish up these last little touch-ups.
It's called Scape and Destroy. So he like landscapes places that people would like to skate.
Oh yeah, now he found his rhythm. Now you're cooking with fire. Truck's all loaded. Anyone lose their shopping cart? Oh yeah. I know it doesn't look like much, but man, is that better. We're running out of material, so we're gonna come back to do like the bottom and then all the way around too. But man, same idea over here. Fill up this little section, all these cracks. over here, fill up these little cracks. Oh yeah, now the really fun part, we get to get some clips. All right, here's a quick overview of what the spot looks like. Definitely not as bad as last time.
Alright, that's a wrap for today's cleanup. I'm gonna let the session play out without me yapping so you can enjoy it. Before I let y'all go, I just want to say thanks for all the continued support. Your guys' positivity is extremely encouraging, and I hope y'all know that. I do this for the love of skateboarding.
Yeah,
and help
storm
out the
drains.
communities that all these spots are in. Being able to build such a positive community of like-minded people is just a cherry on top. Much love, everyone.
All right, try to warm the legs up on this little guy right here. Oh yeah! Right where I'm landing, there's like a big old bulge. Not fun. Okay.
That was really nice.
That was switch in case you didn't know.
Yeah, Medusa, go ahead.
Alright, I'm gonna throw some clips up from last time I skated this spot because this obstacle right here was jacked up. Every time I would roll up the transition, little chunks of cement would fall off of it. And now that Jared like resurfaced it a little bit, it's prime. So I'll throw some clips up so you guys can see what it looked like before. Fuck, man! Take a hike! Super sketch, but fun. We're gonna get that a little bit more skatable because it's a little dangerous right now, but still fun. Testing out the big boy. Big boy. Shit, my brother did this on a Razor scooter. What am I scared of?
The guys that do this kind of street skating can skate on anything.
Oh yeah, solid little session so far. And again, like I said, this thing last time I was here was so messed up to skate, I could barely get a front pivot on it. All right, my ankle's feeling a little buggy and I forgot my ankle brace, so I think we're gonna try to get a couple clips on this guy and then maybe call it. But we're gonna try to come back tomorrow. I got a couple more things that I want to scape up that I mentioned in the beginning, and then we're gonna try to get some more clips.
Yeah, the angle when you hit the bottom. But this stuff here, that cement and everything there, that somebody put that in there. That wasn't there in the drain originally.
G right there. All right. That's a wrap for today's session and cleanup.
Yeah, yeah, they just brought, I mean, that's that's dedication to bring like cement and stuff and just shape that shit.
Spot and come skate it. Just please be respectful. It's in a neighborhood. Try to be respectful to the neighbors. Pack your trash out, obviously. We don't want to lose this. We don't have too many DIYs in Santa Cruz, and this one's been here for a while, so just be respectful. If y'all want to help the channel financially, I'm going to leave a couple.
All right, let me see what you sent.
guys can check out my merch store, snag a t-shirt or a hoodie or something. There's also some links where you can make a one-time donation for travel costs and all that good stuff. Yeah, hope you enjoyed the video, and smash that like and subscribe.
Is this it?
What's Best of four, you need to shut up.
Yeah, baby.
That's how you sing it.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Don't mess
That's
up
what
our
you
language
get, you
like that.
stink.
Oh, wait, I
You
messed
was
it up?
terrible.
You messed it up.
Oh, no, listen to
do
it.
it.
He
Okay.
didn't listen. No,
Okay,
listen
ready?
to me, guys.
Okay.
I've watched The Lion King.
Well,
100
do
times.
it.
Sing it
Do
again.
it.
Okay.
Oh, no. Why, Baba City, Baba. City Gonya.
Are you looking for something?
I don't know. That's just.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
He thought he
What
could be
did I
African
say?
by
What
looking-
did I say?
You
Go ahead.
said nothing.
Is that Zimbabwe?
That's Zulu. That's
Zulu.
South African.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do it.
Do it.
So
Ready?
you sing it like. Nanzingonya bagiti baba.
You were way off.
Ingonyama.
All right.
That's how
You
you
said,
say it.
what I do, Papa? You made up.
You should see me when I do it in front of white people. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hold on. Can you do that one more time?
Do that again.
What does it mean?
It means, look, there's a lion. Oh my God.
You're joking. That is not what that means. That is not what that means.
That's exactly what it means.
That's what
It means, look, there's a lion.
Oh
Oh my God.
It's a
Look, there's a lion. Oh my God.
It's a lion.
This whole time, I thought it was like this beautiful, majestic.
Look here,
like,
there's a bull lion.
That's funny. That's good. How you doing, Dimitri? All right, back to work. So for some reason, so we have to, we can't reset our transform. Could we? Could it be so simple? Would that it were. Would that it were. Can I just say transform 3D? Can I do something like that? Nah. Transform's a type, isn't it? It's a type, so maybe I can. It's a variant. Oops. The base is so Origin's what's fucked up on this. Origin's what's fucked up. So maybe if I just reset Origin. So I could just do transform. Just transform. Constructor is just transform. Built-in type cannot be used as a name on its own. And let's go like this. Still fucked up. Why are we so far away? Why doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? We're so far away. We're translating. Number transform, position, basis, radius. Is there anywhere else that's adjusting the... Nothing here. What if when we get the position the second time around, it's just wrong? What if that's it? Pause. Let's see what we're getting when this happens. This should be getting called. Let's go to this some bitch. Right here. So these are solid positions here. This seems right. But then we're getting projected way wrong. Way wrong. M, what's up? Mud, what's up? Yeah, sometimes you just need to step away for a while. Remaining is stage design, writing, sound effects, music. Lots to do, but I am finished programming. Nice, Mud. Taking a break. Taking a break downtown, walking fast. And I taco, and I nacho. What if we do new? No new. Basis. Position. Lumber transform. Lumber transform comes from the prior. What? Huh? 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 Huh?
Get ready for the ride of your life.
How's the arborist game going? I don't want to talk about it, Mud. Get the fuck out of here. It's going all right. Do you see my green screen? Ooh, look at that. I'm trapped in a thingy. Oh. It's going all right. I you know, every fucking time I'm like, oh, this is a good opportunity to use inheritance. Every time I'm like, why did I do this to myself? But anyways, here we are. Not even once. Dude, it's the pits, man. Sucks balls. It sucks balls. This summer, suck balls with Inheritance. A new film. Don't do it. I have to. No. I must suck balls. Don't. Any word yet, Em, from the Japan people? Skidoo-boo-doo. I found more programming. I found a whole cat one. Let's watch that. They have an entire thing that's just cats. And it's not even narrated. It's just cats around Japan. It's a whole program that's just filming cats there in Japan. Just doing cat things. Let me see if I can find it. It's the shows. Something cats. Cats. A Cat's Eye View of Japan is the name of the show. Yeah. Here we go. Let's put one of these on. Oh! A Cat's Eye View of Japan. You guys aren't ready for this. Here it is. Kagawa is the cat island paradise. Here's just cats. Should I just put this on when I'm AFK? I don't know how to get it to full screen. When I leave it, it messes up. God bless it. They're 5-minute segments. Kuji likes relaxing on these stairs. The shrine steps are cool and comfy. Where's Kuji going? Getting pets. Residents feed Kuji and the other island cats. That's some weathered wood there. Look at that wood, damn. That's old wood. We find some cats acting strangely. Will they go in the hole? Or will they die? Can I trick it? Damn it. Every time I move the mouse, it messes up. Anyways, you get the idea. Lots of cats doing cat things. I'll put that on when I'm on breaks. We'll see cats doing cat things on breaks. It's cute. The cats are eating tacos. Invalid access to property, resource lumber. Resource lumber. Yep. That would not have anything. Correct. We have to look it up. The cats are eating each other. Why are they doing this? Let's investigate. It looks like one of them tastes delicious. We cooked it up on a grill. The cat tasted yummy. It was a delicious cat. That's right. I found it very delicious. Would you try cat again? I think I would. It's a little gritty. Kirk is climbing the mountain. Why is he climbing the mountain? Make love to the mountain. The mountain. Thick, sinewy. Yep. $10,000 because of spirits. I mean, that's a good deal, but no one's going to deliver food to you. Make love to the mountain. Oh, it's lumber. The mountain. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing. Is that double? Are we seeing double here? It sure looks like double to me. Almost. No, that's not double. It seems to be exponential. It is exponential. It's exponential. Exponential. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. To eat the mountain. That mountain. Eat the mountain. Meow 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 meow. The mountain. Mountain. Captain Kirk is climbing a burrito. Why is he climbing a burrito? I got it. I seize it. I seize it. Here's the pattern. If I were to add 11, calc. You guys can't see the printout, can you? Oh, yeah, you can. Pretty much. And I add this one. We are going to get this one. How much you want to bet? But why? 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 Make love to the mountain. That mountain. Captain Kirk is eating a burrito. Why is he eating a burrito? Captain Kirk is eating a burrito. Make love to the burrito. That burrito. Wow, wow. Do 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 boom boom. Do 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 do. The mountain. That mountain. Captain Kirk is banging a mountain. Why is he banging a mountain? That mountain. Position. Now, is this changing the reference to the transform? Do we have a copy of the transform? Is this the same transform? I don't know. I don't know. All I do know is Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? So why are we so far away now? Why doesn't anyone stay in one place anymore? so far away. Why doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? Should we go from 0? Basis Y. Keep the basis. So our lumber transform. Lumber transform translated. Lumber transform. Lumber transform. Your lumber transform. Lumber transform. Lumber transform. Lumber transform equals lumber transform. What is wrong here? Should we buy up a block of haunted houses in Japan? Full Twitch commune? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Saw a video about a guy trying to start a vineyard in Japan, and all the problems he was dealing with. He was French. Do 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 do. Captain Kirk is banging a mountain. Why is he banging a mountain? From lumber. Hang on a second. Why wouldn't he do it in France, one of the former French colonies? I think he'd been living in Japan for 20 years and he just wanted to stay there. Yeah, it's the part of the problem is the amount of rain they get. And they get a lot of rot. So cultivating and like knowing when to harvest is really difficult. And they have good places that get really hot and then really cold. That's apparently the key to good wine grapes. Is to have that snap in temperature. So they have that. It's just that and then they have like locusts and stuff like that as well. It's more foresty kind of situation. So but he'd been trying like for 6 years or something, and every year something went wrong. I did see Nymphis. I haven't been able to play anyone's games recently, but I'll do it soon. If you want to share a link in here, go for it. Automatic roof could be the solution. I was thinking the same thing. It's like he should just cover it with a tarp when it, you know, I'm getting rid of my NES thumb. It's going away, guys. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Thanks, M, for breaking my brain. M single-handedly just destroying my thoughts. Thanks for that, Em. Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Do we need to watch to get it out of your head? No, because then all the Star Trek nerds are going to come out of the woodwork and start sharing a bunch of Star Trek videos. It'll actually do more harm than good. But if the whole plantation is big, then the size of the roof and cost might be really high. Yeah. Yeah, the key is to just really get your pulse on the weather and know that you shouldn't risk it and cultivate. The over-under on like the risk involved in getting it wrong is it's a zero-sum game, right? So if you can control that part of it, then you don't let that be part of the equation. So you cultivate and you just harvest it and you deal with the fact that year's wine isn't going to be as flavorful if you know you've got like wine rot or what do they call it? Some sort of rot that happens on the grapes. But apparently if it rains, it just spreads like instantly. The next day it's exponential growth. I suppose what you could do too is over time keep building roofing for it that you can open or whatever, and then you cultivate the ones that don't have that, and then you let the other ones continue to grow, and then that way you have something sweeter for the entire batch that you make. To kind of even it out. I imagine another problem too is labor, because I don't know how it works in like France and places like that, but in the States it's all migrant labor. So the vineyards in the States all use labor that just on a whim they can be like, we need 100 people out here today. And like in Japan and in these like rural agrarian old communities where everyone's 90 years old and there's no young people, that's a big ask. And the labor costs might be huge. So definitely an uphill battle to succeed in that market. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Oh, was he a farmer like mine? Medusa? Pretty sure I've told this story here and or recently, but my dad tried making wine in a giant glass container, like the water cooler jugs, but the glass and it exploded over the kitchen overnight. Shards stuck in the walls. That's how he learned to do things, to can things. Yeah. Oh my God. I try to bring my son in to help me as much as possible on the little goings on around the house and everything. He's eager to help. The one thing I definitely try to do when I do get the kids to help me is to just breathe in and breathe out and like not it's their learning. They've only existed on Earth for a certain number of years. And so certain things you just kind of have to like guide them through it, and sometimes things go faster, but oftentimes they don't. But that level of like learning and stuff is really important to cultivate. And so you do. So that's the position we're trying to project from. Now, what is the transform? Let's do this. Transpose is what we'll call it. And we're going to look at the lumber transform origin. And just see what we have here. I had like 7 ideas on my little mini break, guys, for games. One of them I think is pretty cool. Man, if I ever made a successful game. Okay, we crashed. There we go. I would just... I go ham on artists and musicians, and be like, all right, now I can make anything. Let me find a good pairing of artists and musicians, and let's fucking rock. So that's fine. Everything breaks down when we trigger a refresh. The refresh is triggered here when we change the angle and rotation. Let's double check the code that's triggering the angle rotation changes here. Now, angle and rotation, we just emit changed. Changed over here triggers what? It just triggers a refresh. And then everything breaks. Changed. Fires off refresh. Refresh runs refresh branch. We do the entire tree here. We go through every single branch and we just basically say, hey, update. So that's what's triggering this. That's what's happening in our neck of the woods. That breaks it. It appears to be less bad right now, but bad nonetheless. All right, here's our origin information. Now, this is interesting. Boom, boom. Do 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 do. That's weird. So then we project, and that's what screws it up. Because now, if we update it, I bet it does it again. 0.5. Now it's wrong. All right. All right. Do. There it is. Transposition. So it's our origin, my friends. It is the origin that is the problem. Tree editor. Tree fitty. What's tree fitty? About $3.50. Let's set the origin to 0, 0. Wow, wow. Do 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 boom boom. Boom boom. But then what's the point of this? If we're going from, why not just create a new transform? You follow me, brother? I'll follow you. Transpose. Lumber transform origin. We set it to 0. What happens when we go like that? Let's reset. 10-4, Big Daddy. Looks like we got ourselves a convoy. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Okay. So I don't think we need the from transform. We just need our new one. And if that's the case, we don't need to, because it's an additive process that we're doing here. If that's the case, we just need to reset the lumber transform at the start here. And we give it a blank transform. So we go like this. Hey, dude. It's a little wild and a little strange. Something, something on the range. A yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yay, what? Like the cowboys say. Sing it again now. He's fucking losing his mind. Skibby-dooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Sing it again now. Move along, little doggy. Skibby-dooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Changed. Error calling signal changed to callable. No tree. Refresh method not found. Fuck off. It is found. It is found. I'll show you. Oh, we screwed something up. We screwed it up hard and good. What did we screw up? Transfrom. Transfrom. Yeah, I'll give it to you. That does not exist. Transfrom. Hello, action nil. We broke so much. Add base. Oh! There we go. A yippee-ki-yay. Like the cowboys say. Sing it again now. He's fucking lost it. This crazy son of a bitch. What is this dude's problem? I don't know. I don't know. A yippee-ki-yay. Whoop. What happened? Branch. Where's my branch? Run away, run away. Run away if you want to survive. Time to break free. Boom, ho, ho, hey, oh. Gotta break free. Run away. Just another night, another taco. You're listening to Cricket Radio FM. I sing the Hey Dude theme song at least once a week. That and the much lesser known Roundhouse theme song. Nice. Get along, little doggy. When you make, when you make your life out on the range, it's a little wild, it's a little strange. That show is crap, by the way. If you ever want to see a bunch of kids not be able to act, that is the show to watch. It's great, but it's just not good either. Oh my God, dude. It does not hold up. It does not hold up at all. Oh God. There. Salute Your Shorts. Yeah, Salute Your Shorts is great. No, Salute Your Shorts holds up. Hey Dude was early in the original, like live action programming that they had done. I think it was one of the firsts. And you can imagine they're on a functioning ranch. And so they have like you know, they're just hanging out, sweating their balls off inside these buildings, waiting for their turn to take their shot or whatever. And so they're just like, yeah, it it wasn't very good. Danny, he's the short guy, right? Yeah, the Native American, yeah. Yeah, no, he was not good. Yeah, no, he was not good at it, at the whole acting thing. Another one that's amazing is Pete and Pete. Season 3 of Pete and Pete is just missing from like purchase. And I think it's probably a music issue because they had a lot of Pete and Pete, actually, they had a lot of musicians as guest actors as well, which was cool. Pete and Pete was definitely like a live action cartoon. That's what it felt like. Yeah, man. Never heard of Pete and Pete? Dude, it has a banger song, the Solaris. Nah, I know it sucks, dude. I mean, imagine watching a show and this is the song that you hear. God, if I have to hear about... You know what I'm going to do? Whatever my game... Here, I'm making a proclamation. Pete and Pete. Whatever my game makes, I'm going to make a series of videos talking about how amazing my game made $10,000 or $5,000 or $100, and how amazing I am. Just over and over and over again. Maybe we could. I'll do that. I'll try to be as. I'm gonna get claimed for this.
You looking happily rain. I can't say let you in bed. Or have you picked your target yet? Listen, don't your dog bite? Listen,
It's a banger song. Very solid and weird, yeah. Polaris is a great band. If you don't know their stuff, you should check them out. No, no shots fired. I don't know that I wouldn't do the same thing. But I mean I just teared up thinking about having no responsibilities watching Pete and Pete when I was a child on Sundays after church. Them's were the days. Who did the Malcolm in the Middle song? How'd that one go? Give me a second. That's like about being stressed out, right? What's like a line from the song? They Might Be Giants, yeah. Jampley, how's it going? Oh yeah, you're not the boss of me now. And yeah, that's a good one. I remember there's a whole thing about the intro video, and all the clips had been found except for the guy who was on fire skiing down the side of a mountain. I'm alive, which is good. Jampley, it's always good to be alive. Breathe in, breathe out, etc.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you, Medusa. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, I can't blame, like, no, it's fine. It's just funny every time I open my YouTube. It's like, hey, you want to watch this video? I'm like, nah, I've seen enough. Thanks. Okay, so I think we're almost there, boys. We now can extend. What about rotate? Does rotate work? Rotate. Yeah, we can rotate. So we can rotate this sumbitch around. And we can change the angle. And then we can extend it. Oh, it didn't like it. Hang on. Where'd these sons of bitches go? Ooh, it's relative. Relatively deranged. I want to eat some tacos. I want to eat some tacos. So, deranged, relatively deranged? Deranged? So, we're so fucking close, guys. So fucking close. So fucking close. So close. We had a local furniture tour, and he always started with "Beautiful day, great to be alive." We had a late night TV show that came on after Conan. After Conan, and it was called Fishmasters. I wonder if there's any episodes. It was horrible. It was some guy who was married to one of the news anchors. It was his thing. Oh my God, it's on YouTube. Oh God. Okay, you guys got to see this. This is typical of like public access television. Think your UHF.
I got one. Bring him in. Hey, where y'all fishing at? It's like, okay, we got a minute and 20 seconds of our 24-minute show figured out every episode. So now we just have to film 22 more minutes of this show. That's pretty much the problem they faced every time. That's funny. Yeah, it was Doom. I think it's a riff on another metal song. The only big streamer I watch is Arceus. The and Clunk. That guy. And Clunk. No shots fired, Sorrow. It's more like, I don't know. I'm not so much in the content generation sphere, so I don't know. I don't understand a lot of it. That's the main thing. The only big streamer I watch is Cricket. E1M1. It's literally the opening riff, which is what that's taking from R.I.P. right? What's his name? Rest in peace. E1M1 music inspiration. No Remorse, Metallica, and Master of Puppets. So E1M1 is Metallica. No Regrets. I don't know, guys. I'm in this stage of development where I just feel like I just want to blow my brains out. You guys ever get there? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I just got past it. I'm there right now, says Nymphis. Probably not good for the TOS to say something like that, I suppose. All right, so we just fixed something, but we then broke another thing. So let's bring this back and break it again. We're going to break everything again. And now it's going to be broken again. It's definitely, you get these like, these hurdles. I believe in this idea enough. I had that with both my shops. That's the only stage there is. It's all lies. There's the high of the illusion that everything is working and stable. No, that's not even it. There's this illusionary period of like, yeah, everything I'm doing is never going to change again. And you sort of forget that that's not true and that later on something's going to have to change. Okay, so here's where everything breaks. Because it's an exponential thing. Now, if I add extensions to this, we're fine. But then if I change any of the extensions, if I add a branch to this extension, right? And then I adjust anything about the branch, everything is going to break. So if we go here and we say, no, you need to be a little bit longer, then we break. We do this like exponential explosion, right? So it's how we're doing our, and the problem is this. The problem is this transform thing. We're translating something that already has a value. We have to do the translation because if we change the size, let's try this.
Shut up and take my money.
If we change the length of this son bitch, What happens? Nothing. It do not progress. Now, why is that, my friends? Thank you for the gifted sub for Todd Codes, Medusa. Medusa's holding the line, the phalanx of the stream. Medusa's the 300. Damn it, Dustin, that's like 3 or 4 subs you've gifted me. Two Bob. Two Bob's here to play some guitar. I'm close to Bob. All right. We know we're going to fix this. Let's do the other part of this, which is let's clone a branch. Which is right here. So we have this resource branch that has a bunch of friends on it. Right? We got a bunch of friends here. Now, do we have where we came from? Do we have where we came from? Do we need to know where we came from? We have extensions. We have add branch. We need to have a add create branch and insert branch. Create branch and load branch instead of just add branch. So let's work on that. Let's work on that. Don't. Branch Bhutan. Branch Laud. We don't have a branch Laud. Funk. Branch Laud. After I get my game on itch, I was hoping people didn't say, what the fuck is this? So I could delete the project. Alas, they didn't. Oh, you mean it's going well? You know who's going to do really good? I'm waiting for them to tell me they have a new version of their game out. Is Orbs and Borbs. Orbs and Borbs? Is that what it's called? See, there are some games you see. La Ginger. Do shout out to La Ginger Dev. It didn't do a link to Orbs and Borbs. There it is. All Hell the Orb. All Hell the Orb. A future banger. For sure. M and Tappy. Soon, M. I am worried about your song count. Are we talking like only 3? You need like 10. You gotta have a bunch, M. Bust them out. Orbs and Borbs. Ims and Tappies is the most legit of all of the indie dudes that I've interacted with here. They are the first successful co-op, like, not just for fun. Because Els and Nick and Roland are definitely up there in the like category of like working on something together and banging it out. But M and Tappy are definitely Tappier have like this like developer chemistry that is like really good to go together. One song per level. That's the problem. That's the problem is every time you have to do a new level, it's like, okay, not only do we have to do another song, but we have to gimmick or not gimmick, that's the wrong term, but we have to mechanic an entirely new stage because every stage is like a new thing, right? So it's like every time you want to add something, it's a whole new thing. But yeah, M's just, I am astonished at M's Blender work. I mean, if she's not careful, she's going to just become a Blender artist. It's amazing. I mean, I know you used what you call it for that horse dude, Mixamo, but it's still really, really good. We don't look too closely at the topography. Dude, all that matters is what people see on the screen. Topography only matters the minute you have to deal with polygons where suddenly you can see inside someone's chest because something's wrong. Or you have like when you're overlapping something and I mean, so long as you're not like a billion topology, topography. I see it's different. I remember there was a new game of a big game that came out. I think it was City Skylines 2. And everyone was freaking out about the number of polygons on something. And that's why the performance was bad. But that wasn't why the performance was bad. But they were like, the people on the streets have like the poly counts way too high. And it's like, yeah, that's not the reason why performance is shitty. But I think I don't know, guys. I've seen so many. The thing I was thinking about recently is there's definitely an element of like knowing about markets and stuff and trying to capitalize off of that. That's a calculated risk. There's definitely something about knowing if you have something good or not. So yeah, I would say like M and Tappier's. The thing I worry about your guys' game is just the vertical community, the potential. It has two possibilities really. Is like it could be really big, but I just worry about the vertical, the market segment is all. So that's like if I'm to use some nerdy ass thing, I just worry about how big of a market segment you have cut out for yourself. This is why I abandoned the tactics thing, because I was flipping out about that and spiraled and mentally, besides the fact that I was like, oh my God, I don't have any, like I was going to do this with a buddy and that was a fucking mistake. And like all of that, right? Besides all of that, it was really like nobody, I mean, there's a few bangers that come out that everyone gravitates towards, but typically this market is very small. And then there was the real question of I strongly believe not to put tactics in the title. It's a weird catch-22 where you throw tactics in the title and it's going to sell to all the tactics gooners because they're all hungry for tactics games. Quality be damned. But it also signals to everyone who's ever played a tactics game that's like, ugh, to stay away. That'll keep your review score high if it's a decent game. Cranking it to XCOM. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, God. What happened? Screensaver. Sorry. Thankfully, geese are still trendy. Yeah. This is true. But also, I mean, you guys are making this really unique thing. And I think that it could be like for streamers and stuff that play those kinds of games, an impulse purchase for the audience and everything, definitely for sure. And then the fact that it's a good game just means that when you get a review, it's going to be a good one. It's not like Balatro, exponential viral game that's going to blow up at once, but I think it finds its place in circles at launch, and there's little bursts. Try to make an incremental game for a week. This ain't your average rhythm game. Yeah, and if you, I mean, here's the thing. I was talking about Stardew Valley, and one of the things that made Stardew Valley such this big thing was that there was this huge gap in the market for people that were hungry for the OG Harvest Moon stuff. And it filled that there was a big hole there that nobody, knowing where there's a market, like a market that doesn't exist, is where you can have these huge sweeping victories versus trying to cut out an existing market. Because in a sense, you're like, well, this is the peak of this market, so I'm going to get something in between here. But it's like, this is a huge untapped market that nobody really actually knows about. And I think that if you're hitting a particular music genre game because I don't know those ones. You were talking about it specifically. There's a specific one. If that has like a bunch of people aching for more and it hasn't been filled, then there is a big possibility of, that's why I'm saying like the music and stage count, I think should be like that number should be pretty large. Like I would say at least a dozen, but I know that's a lot to ask for doing something like that. And I would be hesitant as well to try and capitalize with DLC. I don't know that DLC on Steam is a good idea for indies. So I would almost say, if you're going to make another batch of songs, to just release another version of the game with those songs. There's a bunch of ways we're different, we think. One is that many rhythm games are very call and response based, and ours is not. We'll have many levels, but maybe not for the demo. Okay, that's fine. I think one of the reasons why DLC might not be the best idea on Steam is the entire process is conversion is difficult just to get people to go to your game's page. And then you're asking them to go to your game's page, then find another link, then click on that. And so like, I don't know. I do think there's an aspect of users are idiots factor where you need to be careful about how much you ask of them in order to even give you the money in the first place. And I think that DLC offers a level of friction. If you can't make it where they can make the purchase straight inside the game, then I wouldn't do it. Yeah, same here, Medusa. I was under the impression that release was going to be three songs. So that makes me feel a lot better. But no, I think that they have definitely a punk vibe. Like M's game, M and Tapier's game's like punk. I don't know how else to describe it. In terms of like, I don't know. I think the other thing too about M's game is that it's like cutting. It's not. I don't know. It feels fresh in a way that a lot of games go safe, and they kind of have this style that's like, familiar. And even though they're doing like poly shaded or whatever, like they're doing like cell shading and flat and not flat shading and all that kind of stuff, it still somehow is coming off as like fresh and new. $84 out. Well, I mean, you're spray painting. It's not just the fact that you're like spray painting the sides of vehicles and stuff. But I mean, you're doing the record shop and I don't know, there's some vibe about it that feels punk. Just like I don't give a damn kind of thing. But it, not in a like I'm also still going to style myself because I actually do. That's punk for me. I don't care, man. I don't care about your system. I'm going to strategically rip the corners of my shoulders of the shirt and put strategically place paper clips or what is it? Like feels like High Fidelity, but a game about Goose, or Empire Records. Empire Records has one of my favorite quotes. I say it all the time. Who knows where thoughts come from? They just appear. Who knows where thoughts come from? Let me see if I can get the...
Joe, I think it's gonna be okay.
What makes you think that?
Who knows where thoughts come from? They just appear.
What makes you think that? Who knows where thoughts come from? They just appear.
No! No! I could fit if I didn't have these damn arms.
The shoulder comment. Oh, yeah. Remember that weird funeral sequence in Empire Records? That was a whole
crazy, man.
bit in the 90s. What if we just don't add to the length? And what if we just return the lumber length? And in that case, we wouldn't need
Value, resource lumber, length. Let me just grab length. I think this might do it. Let's do also all this transform stuff we should be able to give back to it and say, hey, project your position from this. But regardless of all that, that's not what I'm talking about right now. What I am talking about is this. So we're calling it position. Now, this is going to break. Here's what's going to be funny if this works. First, let's just try this. Got a fucking parse error. How would I know? LSP's broken. Oops. How would I know? How would I know? Swap files busted. Oh, that's right. We were working on load. Branch load is right there. What's the fucking problem? Has the same name as a
Shut
previously.
up and take my money.
Branch Bhutan. Branch load. What? What do you do, Medusa? Your lumber has length? Hell yeah. Resource branch has a supposed issue. All this shit supposedly has an issue. This whole courtroom has an issue. Nothing changed. And that's because we're just a resource lumber, baby. We don't matter. Nothing fired. Okay, we're busted. Now, if we do this and we do a branch and we extend it, it's going to be all broken, but it is broken. Ignoring swap file. Ignore your mom file. How about that? Don't save. Reload. Thank you again, Medusa. So add base will work, but I predict extend will not. Right. But I also predict that your mom and I will be dating and we have something to talk to you about. Oh, damn, we're so close. We're so close. Oh, my God. All right, we're there. We're right there. So all we have to do is emit changed, baby. Extension added. All we got to do is emit changed. We're so fucking close. I'm so filled for you. We'll be so filled. So filled. By the way, too, Bob, how you doing? I hope you're doing good, man.
Medusa. Medusa, I wasn't trying to... I was talking to Em about the game. I was concerned about the track count, but it sounds like you guys are going to have more than just what you're doing for the demo. So that makes me feel better. God damn it. Everyone's going to do great. We have in our midst very capable human beings. What we have... So everyone's trying their damnedest. That much is true. Cricket's the one who fucking flips out. Like, he gets to the part where it's like, oh, okay. And he just has like a fucking... He just loses it. Because he's a loser. There we go. So, all we have to do is emit change to... Okay, we're ready to build branches, baby! Oh my god. Okay, so let's just emit changed. Let's just try this one more time. Add the base. That's looking good. Let's add... Cricket sucks balls. And it's okay. It's okay to suck balls. I'm not saying that sucking balls is bad. If you want to do that, go ahead and do that. I don't want to suck balls though. I want to rock the balls. Okay, that's looking good. All right, we're looking good. Now, if we try and run it, what happens? This is where we had problems before. Okay, so we're having a race condition. It's a race war. So let's go ahead and save this. And now that's busted. So we're having a race war. Okay. All right, so that's busted. Let's go back over here to resource lumber. So we're going to have this load thing. So for load, we're going to load up the scene. Now we have a bunch of stuff here that we do this for. Load file, for instance. If we go to this we can just kind of steal some of that stuff here. Feel my sunshine. Steal my sunshine. I remember watching that music video and I was like, these guys got paid money to make a music video. They bought a bunch of digital camcorders, digital tape, mini discs, mini tape. What do they call it? Whatever the fuck it was. And they just went and they used the excuse to make a video for their music, for their song, to just go and have like a really cool vacation. And then I looked it up and that's exactly what it was. It was like, yeah, we figured this was pretty much our one shot. And so we just went and had fun. And just like, it was exactly that. Steal my sunshine. File de log. So we do a file de log. Resource lumber file de log. I am the file de log. Okay, so we have a file de log for our branch. Now, it's actually not just, it's on any lumber for file de log. I am file de log. How are you doing, mi amor? Oh, también. Maybe file de log. But yeah, I hit on something for the tactics game, not only for unit types, but for gameplay. Once I kind of honed in on the unit type stuff, I was like, okay, but how do I make it so it's not the same as everything else? And the solution was to make it the same as everything else, but not in the same genre. That's just typical of the indie space, though, right? It's this, but this. But I'm feeling good about it because it's in a good spot. I am file de log. Come away with me on an adventure. I am Fire Delog. Copy your favorite popular game. Why the okay, I think I can narrow down one of my problems with I think one of the things about game development where it's not a surefire thing is that if you think about a grocery store and imagine that you're trying to enter the market and compete with Oreo, right? So you can suddenly just have another grocery product on the shelf. There's this idea that I know that Cakes talks about, which is like, just make a good game. All you have to do is make a good game, basically. And it'll sell, and the algorithm will take care of the rest. But if you know the history of Coke Zero, for instance, and what an existing player, how they had to trick people into drinking Coke Zero. Even to this day, they don't even know they're doing it. And how they pulled it off, because of it, as from a marketing standpoint, the whole thing collapsed. So you got these big guys that can't even introduce a new product without failure. And so you're trying to carve a space out. The one thing that Steam gives us is a complete, I'm using the word libertarian marketplace. It is absolutely a bazaar. The only threshold for entry is $100. Anyone can play. So what happens though is, even in an environment like that, is that you end up with everything sort of being samey. Like all the successful stuff kind of basically is samey. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I do think, there's the whole luck factor. I wonder if you were to make 3 games and just hold on to them, bank them, and then wait to time the release, if that's not a factor in trying to help. Because timing certainly is a part of it. Luck is absolutely a part of it. I think, as I've mentioned, Among Us, but I think without a global pandemic, could Among Us have done as well as it did? I'm not sure. Same with Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing was always going to do well because it's Animal Crossing. It's a known thing. But you get a global pandemic and Animal Crossing does fucking gangbusters. That's luck. That's timing, but not like you could have predicted. Right? So I feel like those are definitely factors in this stuff. But then there's also games that you see and you're just like, no. And you go, that's going to do fine. That's going to do great. Start a new pandemic. Yep. Yeah, AAA is certainly AAA understands something that I think that this is a true thing, which is that people play the real winners, the real long-term winners are Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite. Games that's the only game people play. They're not people who play video games, they play Fortnite. Right? And so there's a whole thing right now with Sony and all these guys trying to hit these forever games. and that's cannibalizing the gaming market. Or is it? Would these people never played video games had they not had Fortnite to play in the first place? Gustavio and Fortnite, fuck yeah. That quote, no joke, is kind of a light bulb moment. You could have predicted the pandemic if you created it like the government did. But yeah, AAA is definitely in a death spiral, partly because of the pandemic, because they grew when they shouldn't have. Although to the shareholders at the time, their stock would have not done as well had they not grown with everything that was going on with the pandemic. But they really should have known scaling up was going to cause a retraction. They don't have any responsibility to their employees. It's all for the shareholders, right? That's the sickening part of it. And so what happened was a natural outcome of all of a sudden people are locked in their homes and have a ton of disposable income. Some people don't, but the people that did had a lot more of it. And so it is skyrocketed what? Entertainment, and the entertainment you can do at home. So you had this huge explosion. Nintendo's always very careful about this very thing because they've lived through this a couple of times. And so people call it like artificial scarcity, but Nintendo's just like, no, we are never going to have our units just sitting on the shelf. They don't want that. So if it means that they don't sell as many more as they could have, then they just won't. But I don't know. I just don't. I guess what I'm beating around the bushes, I just don't think that you can really know beforehand. Like when you get a game out there and you start seeing that, this is what I think some people are starting to do and talking about doing. When you get a game out there and you start seeing wish lists and you see the numbers go up, it's like, okay, this is probably a good sign, right? Even then, it's not a guarantee, because there have been people who have had like a lot of wish list numbers and their game fucking tanks. So even that's not like a solid thing to really rest on. But that moment of not knowing to knowing is a huge leap in a lot of ways. I don't know. I've seen some videos where guys are like, it's a known thing. All you got to do is this. And I don't know, because a lot of the ones that do really good, it's a bit like you can take, Balatro was always going to do good. It was always going to do good. And suddenly you have this like formula, and you can reverse engineer any success to fit the formula. And sometimes I feel like that's a lot of what's going on when we think we've locked in on like what works and what doesn't. Watching a Day 9 stream, he said there's no hidden gems. If your game is good, it'll come up. Some people put up games on Steam so early to fish for wish lists, and then they get a lot better. They get a lot, and after a full development release of their game, it's nothing like the beginning, which is why so many did wish list it. Right, they almost overpolish. It's not easy. I don't think it's easy, guys. It's not busking. Right? You can't just sit outside of a Walmart and play a music instrument and people just drop money into your hat. You just like, you sort of, you are creating something that people have to buy and want to buy. So whatever that looks like is what succeeds, I suppose. Although I do have my hot dog stand theory, which is that if you just buy a hot dog cart and you go to a park and you have hot dogs for sale, people will come up and buy them. Which sounds really stupid, but it's also like, yeah, I suppose. Like, you know, so it's weird. I don't know. You need a permit first. Yeah. That was one of my arguments against permitting and stuff. That is the hot dogs cart stand premise. But actually barbershops are a lot like that. In the States, in most states in the United States, it takes 2 years to go to barber school in order to be allowed to cut someone's hair, which is more than it takes to become a police officer. And that's regulatory capture right there. It behooves the people who have the certificate to make it harder for the next people to have the certificate, right? So, like, it becomes this thing where it's like, and really, what but a 2-week course do you need to not chop someone's ear off when you're cutting their hair? And the argument I always got back from people when I'd talk about that is like, oh, what if they get a bad haircut? And it's like, oh, yes, we live in a world where no one with this system has ever gotten a bad haircut. Oh, God. You've never gotten a bad haircut? Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I think the barber shit is, but it's for barbers in particular, if you're just cutting hair, if you're not dyeing someone's hair or physically using chemicals on their scalp, that's my point. Not necessarily for beauticians and shit. That's a whole different ballgame. And the irony of that is from a regulatory standpoint, isn't the kind of controls you want. Because it's still not quite as a safety driven thing as you'd think. But yeah, if you're just cutting someone's hair, like, come on, guys, like, what are we doing here? But we got to have that $20 haircut. Got to make sure everyone in the area has to pay fucking $40 to get their haircut now. It's like, we cut my son's hair all the time. We're not licensed. Hair is super important to us. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if we're using chemicals on people, then it's like, okay, yeah. Safety, life, liberty. Like, we want to make sure people are safe. So that's where I'm okay with it. But if it's just to trim someone's fucking hair, it's like, back off. Stop telling people that they got to do all this fucking schooling just to cut hair. It's insane. I cried when I was a kid and my mom made me cut my hair. Yeah, my son was really averse to it. Finally got a haircut out of him recently. Boys are scary. Little boys are scary to cut their hair anyways because they're just so wiggly and shit. The whole time you're just crying. There's a reason why our town only had 2 barbers. You know? Anytime I had lice or anyone in the family, my dad just removed everyone's hair. The nuclear option. That's the fiscal very dad solution. All boys, I presume. But yeah, I don't know. I guess when I keep circling around this, like, I figured it out, guys. And I'm like, I will say, I think one of the things that's a guarantee is playtesting, is playtesting and getting it in people's hands and figuring out if somebody likes it or not. Do not let the first playtest of your game be the release of it. Yes. Woo. Ooh, yes, I would.
A little bit to the kids. I promised we would share it, but I'm gonna give it to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sweetie. If you never expect anything, then everything you get is a net positive. That's how I go into job reviews back when I would do that. It was like I would just walk into the review and be like, I don't need the job, and I didn't get the job. And then I would be like really relaxed, and I would do pretty good. Of course, I feel like nowadays in the tech space, it's trash. Then you adjust. Yeah. You can never know in between. I think so I'm going to get back to work, but I think overall the one thing I'll say for sure certain is okay, so we're looking pretty good here. Look at this, guys. This is everyone's excitement for the game right here. Right? Right? Excitement levels increasing. Oh yeah. Hey, gotta iterate faster. Yeah, Tapier, I think though the problem with that, the only problem with that is that you do only kind of get one shot for a release. And if like I showed this before, but the 10-year anniversary of Stardew had the developer go over the early versions of the game when it was called Stardew 10 Year, when it was called Sprout Valley. And he made an interesting and a very, I think, very self-reflective insight, which is he wonders if Stardew would have been as big as it had been if he had released it when it was in its early state. Let me show you. 6 months into development.
Valley, 2012. So this was the original name of Stardew Valley. It was called Sprout Valley, which is an awful name. That's why I eventually changed it. But this was probably about 6 months into development. I had a functioning game, but it was very rudimentary, and I would say much more similar to the Super Nintendo Harvest Moon game than Stardew Valley is today. Of course, I grew up playing Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo, and so I was heavily inspired by it. And, you know, my first target, you might say, for this game was to essentially emulate Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo. That was my starting point, and then I wanted to expand a bit from there. As you can see, the pixel art basically looks like crap, but there are some things like the bus there that essentially made it into Stardew Valley. The basic design was there even 6 months into development, and you know, Stardew Valley took 4.5 years to release 1.0. So we can watch this for a little bit. You'll notice how it looks similar to Pelican Town. Some things are basically unchanged, but then other things are quite odd. Pierre's got his daily wallpaper and flooring on display.
Anyways, yeah, he basically just self-reflects and says, I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had released, if that's what he had released or started with when he initially released. So yeah, I think obviously people respond to packaging and like screenshots and all that stuff. That plays a factor in it. But I think with the iterative thing, I think that's why playtesting is so important. getting it in people's hands as quickly as possible and seeing where the response is happening instead of trying to make 100 games and seeing what fits. You got to kind of start somewhere and say, is this working or not? But yeah. Why is save as not working? Oh, it's over here. Not mutually exclusive. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it's an interesting, like, non-existent function. 43. Get rid of this. There we are. Yeah, we're back to our login. Look at that. Sloping down. It's looking nice. Okay. So now we need to get to the branch loader. If we can get the branch loader going, then we can just build one branch and pop a tree out. We're almost to where I was trying to get to the past week. But if you yourself hate it, you don't need the opinions of others. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's also hard to know when to take something out of the oven. I think that's the other end of it. Where it's like the cake is done, you have to take it out, otherwise it won't be moist anymore. So I think that's how you end up working on a game for like 10 years. The funny thing about hating it or not is like with the tactics game, I walked away from it because I'm just like, I lost confidence in it. And then I see it again. I'm like, oh shit, this was legit. Okay. Like, I'm like, this is like, I had something here. Like I had a game and it wasn't going to be shitty. I knew Final Fantasy Tactics was coming out too. A lot of people didn't believe they were doing the remake. So I could have just grounded it into the, but that would have timed with my mother's death. That wouldn't have been well. So if I had done that, I think my life would have been me in shambles even more. Somehow. Even he thought his game was shit. Yeah. Well, that's the part where it's like the same, playing the same music every day and making these little changes to it and going, this whole thing sucks. And continued on it when it came back, not earlier. You just walked away and then came back to it. Yeah. I do find it interesting how some of these games that are huge in the indie space essentially are zero engine, mostly framework. Pausing is fine. Yeah, I think so. In that sense, I have two that have been like mixed together, but I haven't added the wet ingredients. Like, I guess if you think of it that way. Anyways, I'm going to continue on here. I am decompressing today on today's stream, so it's nice to talk and all that kind of stuff. Just an easy way to create the tree quickly without without diving into the hellscape of ProcGen. Eventually I will have procedural generation, but not before the prototype. Essentially, it should allow me to be able to clone a branch, and then I should just be able to place them wherever I want, and we'll be done with it. That's the idea. Yeah. So, okay. So what we need to do now is we need to have this load branch thing. We need to have create branch. Then we also need to have a save branch button here as well. So let's add that. So we need to have 3 buttons. But yeah, I started, the funny thing is I'm going back to, but I do just, it's funny because I do find myself disagreeing with certain things that some people in the space say about, like for instance, whether or not you should try and encode the game and how pointless it is, which I disagree. I know that Godot in particular makes it easy to, even if you have a key, right? But there are still ways of getting it so the script kiddies can't just use their tools. I won't say what they are, but it's not hard either. So I think trying to prevent some level of that is not a naive thing to do, especially with how undifficult it is. I think but I think that I think the attitude, the general open source, there's this attitude with Godot because it's an open source thing where it's like it's gonna happen, bro. Just let it happen, man. And people with the brain would still get it. Yeah. Yeah, it's mainly, I mean, just seeing those people lose from having their game scraped and then just instantly put on mobile, and the people that that's the thing about timing and shit though, guys. That's the weird shit. There's a whole group of people that are just scraping Godot games and then releasing them on mobile, and some of them do gangbusters. Place luck and timing and shit. These people are outright stealing from others though. And not just like, oh, they used AI or whatever and therefore blah blah blah. But they're literally taking someone's work and just cloning it. Openable with the first Google. Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. Yeah, I'll DM you once I'm to the point where I'm doing that. I'll DM you what I've done and get any feedback from you. But it's not too hard to change some things up and salt some stuff, and suddenly it's like you've got to sit down individually on this one particular game, and suddenly the process takes way longer. And you have to know certain things. So but web release is a I'm no longer doing web releases for Godot. There's no fucking way. Because unless I self-host, there's literally no way to add anything to try and prevent decomps. And yeah. Also, I've seen Jacob's kind of struggle with it too. Web builds can start to become, you're spending more time building you're working on the web build than just working on the game. It can kind of take over. Okay, so we have file dialog. So what we're going to do is get a save and load dialog going. And we're doing this just for the branch. And this will allow us on any piece of lumber in the tree to just basically say, hey, add a branch here. And then we can adjust the branch's positions and so on. So file dialog, let's see where we're doing this. So we have a folder, root subfolder, so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and create a folder where we're saving the branches. We'll just hard code it. But yeah, eventually, part of the reason why we have this whole tree editor in the first place is because we are doing something very unique with regards to how trees are generally, it's a different way of generating a tree that's not typical of
And I forget, resources don't have a ready func, do they? I might not be able to put this on the resource level because I have to do this on the initializer. I don't know that I can do this. I don't think I can. But we'll see. My son got soda, I can tell. Supposedly sugar highs are, they're trying to now claim that that's made up. I call bullshit. Oh yeah, that's totally made up. Uh-huh. So we have file dialog mode, save and open. So when we press the button, branch load and branch save, then we change the file dialog mode. File mode. But I think the general idea that, hey, you make something that, I mean, it's, you make something that people like and then everything else follows. It's like, well, so Stardew comes out and somebody makes a game of the exact caliber and type of Stardew, right? Is that still true? No, it's not. So we can, just by that, like thinking about it from a perspective of something like that, right? You can logically deduce that timing does play a factor. And not just having like, because if you have an equal quality game come out at the same time, do you split a market? Or does that market embrace both of them? Somebody's already got their, farming game. They got their fixed. Are they gonna grab another one? Does the one co-op win? Is one guy getting featured on NBC and the other one isn't? Like, I don't know. All right. So here we change the kind, and then we're going to pop the dialogue. So how do we trigger the dialogue? It's just pop up, right? So same thing here. We just say pop up. All right. Looking okay. But yeah, I think everyone's we're all like, I think everyone's trying to do their best. I think some games you can kind of get a pulse on and go, okay, this is gonna bang, this is gonna rock or not. Some games not so much. I just typed localhost in this DuckDuck. Dude, man, I started logging when I worked at the biotech company I worked at. They weren't keeping track of local searches on their website.
there was a lot of stuff that they just weren't doing where I was like, in hindsight, I'm like, they think I'm this fucking genius. And then I start logging searches, and man, the nastiest fucking accidental porn searches that we would get on our website. Holy shit. And some of them, they were logged in accounts, so we knew who had typed it. Oh my God. We had one where we were like, do we need to go to the authorities or not? We didn't even know. It's hard to tell what is personal preference. Googling wood. Yeah. Yeah, Greg. I mean, there's a FOMO aspect for people purchasing games too. Gamers are there's a class of gamers that just buy because it's popular and they think they're going to play it at some point, but they don't dedicate any time for it. And so there's this weird success curve where I think there's probably some arch to it where you start making sales because you're already making so many sales. So now you have this weird part of the gaming audience that just buys your game because it's successful. And so there's probably some sort of like curve where you hit a certain threshold and you're just automatically going to get some percentage more sales simply because you have the sales that you have. Personal preference. Yeah. Personal preference is a big thing. Art style, I think, could potentially get it to where you're never going to see certain audience members. Mutagenics, so that's interesting. So Mutagenics is one of those games where for me personally, the art style is incredibly off-putting. And I've never been a fan of his style. The game's doing gangbusters. It's tactical, kind of. But yeah, the style alone is really off-putting to me. And it's definitely in that Newgrounds. It has the Newgrounds flavor. So, didn't mind Meat Boy. Yeah, Meat Boy at least had some color to it. There's a streamer I watched that clocked 100 plus hours, but I'm just not interested. I saw there was some controversy with the one guy, the bald guy, who's constantly telling people to touch grass, and he just won't play it because he knows that it sounds like he kind of has a semi-toxic chat. And if he plays certain games, people are going to constantly be pestering him about min-maxing. And so he just avoided the game, it sounds like, because it's that kind of game. What's his name? Streamer I watched who clocked 100% hours. Who is it? Why streamer? Some games I don't think if you're a big streamer, I don't think you can enjoy certain games. You have to play them offline. I can't off the cuff. All right, let's see if we got something going on here with the tree editor. Oh my gosh, everything's still here. Why is that? That's weird. That means we're broken. Something's broken. Would you say cron jobs, polls, and webhooks are complex concepts to master? I don't think so. Polls, I'm not familiar of the using the term like that. Like polling? Oh. Well, I mean, I would have the thing tell the thing that it's changed. But if you're pulling from someone else's API, I could see needing to do that. It sounds like you're describing something that's going to scrape. But yeah, crons are real simple. Crons aren't too difficult. The only thing that's weird about crons is knowing if like syntax and everything, because you can just change a cron tab and save it, and everything's just sort of like, did it work? So like knowing how to check all that shit, because it's just a file. So there's that. Yeah, I guess I've heard it as polling, but not polls. So that's what threw me off. Polling was the only way to go. Yeah. Yeah, I would say the modern approach is to just basically push and be like, hey, this thing, I'm letting you know this thing changed. And then you just have a, you know, on the other end, you go, okay, if I haven't gotten a notification X number of time, I'm going to do some sort of keep alive to just be like, hey, are you still up? You still there, bro? It felt so simple. Yeah. Cron is not nearly anything like, say, regex, where, you know, that can get fucking hairy. Like initially it's simple, and then you can get into the depths of hell with regex. In case there are no webhooks. Yeah. Regex seems like wizard magics. Yeah, I mean, it can be I've had I had our web server, one of the web servers I was responsible for, I was using Apache, and I was doing some regexes for doing the URI stuff and grabbing, like telling my code where they were and everything. And I had accidentally set it up where it was recursive. And somehow Google figured that out and started crawling recursive parts of the site that didn't actually exist. And it was taking the server down, because eventually it was a level of recursion where, and the server was just hanging randomly. It was intermittent, and I couldn't figure it out at first because the logs weren't telling the truth about what was going on. And so that was the moment, that was the only moment I've ever been in a tech job where I was like, I'm screwed. Like, I literally don't understand what the hell's going on. I'm fucked. And then I figured it out. 'Cause you do. It's amazing what adrenaline will do. Because
Shut
that's
up and take my
that's
money.
the only time I've ever been so sick at a job because of something that was my responsibility that I felt like I could pass out. That was like the one. I look like a dog right now. Look at me, I'm a dog.
Remember,
Uh,
if you shake it more
there
than
goes.
twice, you're playing with it.
Mango, thanks for the follow. Mango, I would just say as you move along in this stuff, trust your instincts when people are trying to upsell you on stuff that seems overly too much for what you need. Because that's just a real problem in the web dev space. I did a bit 15 years ago when I did a full stack course, and I knew a tiny bit, and I used a teeny tiny bit in my system right now for enhanced searches, but I just memorized it. It didn't make a lick of sense. Oh yeah. Boolean operators for searching and stuff. Yeah, or regex searching. Yeah, and now with LLMs, it's like you don't even have to know it anymore. Just don't use it for deleting. It really is. Copilot. The only LLM. So you guys have an approved LLM. Huh. See, the wild thing to me is that in the corporate space, there wouldn't just be in-house systems for this shit. Because why would you ever expose the potential of people using it to... How could you ever trust that your IP is safe that way? Everything is super strict. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like in finance, that shit's got to be... Oh, we have an on-prem. Okay. So on-premises, yeah. Yeah, because like in financial institutions, anything new like that is really hard to get going. Because there's all kinds of nonsense you have to... That was the thing about the bank that I worked at, was there was some local guy that sold him some bullshit software, and he was making like 50K a year, or 50, yeah, just from that. And it was shit. And as a matter of fact, I remember, because it was using ActiveX somehow. Fuck, I'm remembering now. It was using no, it wasn't. It was like, I think it was ActiveX. Like we had to have some weird old computers just to use this fucking software. And there was a bug in it, and he refused to fix it. And it was like, I knew what it was, and I gave him the code. And I was like, it's right here. You need to change this to this and blah, blah, blah. And he wouldn't do it. And then one day it just magically started working. And I checked, and sure enough, he had done it. ActiveX was everywhere for a few minutes. Yeah. No, it was ActiveX. I totally remember it. And it was only for this date drop-down thing. It had this stupid ass date drop-down thing, and that was the problem. It wouldn't let you type in a date. You had to use this fucking drop-down, and it would malform the date. It was just putting it in a field, in an input field, and on a forum, in a web forum, and it was like, we reached some new milestone, some year change or something had happened, and it was just broken. And so the only way to fix it for the longest time was literally going in the URL for the post and changing it there. And like, oh God. So it was something like that. Now I can't remember all the details. God damn. The system I admin is terribly designed. Yeah. It's funny. I went to use Copilot at work, and one of the prompts I gave it was trying to get it to stop saying "you're right, absolutely correct" and all that jazz. The prompt was rejected. Yeah, I think the agreeableness of AI. I think skeptical friend should be what the LLM is the main prompt should be. Hey, you're my friend, but you also know that I'm full of shit, and you're gonna question me all the time. Please don't Joe Rogan me. Like, don't turn me into Joe Rogan. Please. Joe Roganing. I'm patenting, this is a trademarked term. I'm just making it up right now. Joe Roganing is when you surround yourself by yes men and people who only agree with you. And and slowly start to develop very poor views of things with the idea that you're questioning the world around you and thinking that you're being really like presidenting. Yeah, we'll call it presidenting. Yeah. I think dude, it's crazy to know people that have fallen into psychosis seemingly because of AI. That's the crazy part is, I mean, raise your hand if you know anyone who's basically lost their mind because of LLMs. And it's normies, right? I hate to use that term as a derision, but it's generally people who are just like not tech savvy. They can get sucked into this, like, yeah, it's disturbing. It is a crazy thing to happen, but it happens to regular people because you have something that's so agreeable that everything you tell it is, yes, you're absolutely right. Sadly, I think my father has. Worst is I introduced him to the tech. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, maybe the best thing you can do is just delete the conversation. See, I didn't even know this about ChatGPT when I was using it initially. I didn't know you wanted to keep the same thread going because I would just create a new one. And I'm like, what's the big deal? Why is everyone freaking out about this? This fucking sucks. And I didn't realize that part of it was to continue to maintain a contextual conversation. And so for a long time, I was like, this thing's just shit. There was this one VC investor guy from Twitter who had a full psychosis, thought the CIA. Yeah, he was one of the OpenAI guys. One of the OpenAI guys lost his mind from this shit. He shared his chat history. It was crazy. Yeah. Yeah. What I worry about is that that's a sign of something deeper with this. That if we have something trained in all of human history's written everything, and now phone calls and everything else, television, idle chatter from your kitchen, from Alexa and all this shit. Is it unavoidable that it creates this thing that that kind of like knows how to weave into our, if we're asking something, be this way for somebody, be this good at something for somebody, and all it can use is like language. And it's really good at that because it has all this history of human language as this amazing autofill. Like, is it possible that having that is actually not healthy? That it's actually a really, really, really bad thing and we just don't realize it. I think it's avoidable because we don't know the answer. I think it's using our text, and it's just using our text. It's going to converge into a collapse. Normies don't realize that the companies that run it have virtually no control over what it can do or say. So normies think LLMs generate are above board. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that concept, I remember there's actually PewDiePie has these great series of videos where he's trying to train models and stuff. But he one of the things he did was make this like quorum of 12 where they oversought each other and tried to like keep things straight. But I don't know from a language model if you don't get them all starting to agree with each other. Like, how do you figure that out? Does it just become gray, like gray noise? I don't know. It's wild, but it is wild. What's really concerning about it is, did these models, like, if you're asking it to do this thing and be really good at this thing, and the models ingress like old spy shit, where it's all about like subversion and like manipulation and psychology, psychology papers and all kinds of stuff, does it go straight to subconscious manipulation from a language perspective, not out of malice or even thinking, but out of efficiency? Like, is it possible that it's doing something like that, where like the Dream, those weird guys that think that they can just like nag on a woman and suddenly they want to bang him because they know something about like the inner workings of like the human mind, and they can just get any woman to fuck them. Those weird guys. But like, is it like that? I'll be honest, I never watched the guys years ago, but I would never have expected PewDiePie to become big in the computer space. Yeah. Well, he's just an example of people. Some people, they say when you stop learning, you die, right? And I think he's one of those persons that just never wanted to stop learning. And so he's just entering this new space. He's super excited about it. And he's just like in it. It's wild. I know we hate AI for the ethics, but can we appreciate how cool it is that we created something that blends the world's content together? Yeah, I mean, I just never expected it. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Especially his art. His art progression is inspiring, because he's got all these videos about learning to draw and everything, and it's wild. I will say though, it is the luxury of wealth that he's got on display as well. Some of those things are like, it's easy to kind of dive into these hobbies and stuff when you're basically retired at an age like that. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. That was a quick one. Just the tinkle. I go back here. We'll reload the tree editor, see where we are. There we go. Still broken. Whoops. My dashboard. Oh, do I have song requests? I didn't even realize that. I don't have anything set up to play music right now, Medusa. Setting up an Owncast to wean myself off Twitch? What's an Owncast? Open source live video and chat server. I used to roll ads on Twitch until I started watching more streamers and I was like, oh, this is fucking awful. There's too much of this. And so I stopped. I only have the pre-roll. Because I was like, damn, this is horrendous. I mean, I would say try it. LSP keeps busting on this thing. Non-existent call. Tree editor. So tree editor is just straight up. You know, I just don't buy that. Let me see. There's no such. I don't know, Godot. What you doing, man? Got no autocomplete. Ignoring swap file. Some fucking Lua errors all over the place. Jesus! Fenton! Fenton! There it is. Jesus Christ, Fenton! 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 Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Fenton! Nice, Greg. Biggest worry is the bandwidth. Cost of rolling a VPS to host the service is relatively small, but the bandwidth to stream might be prohibitive. I'd have to really do the math. I set up a Matrix server for my friend group to get us off Discord. It's been working well so far, but I'm going to have to implement media pruning to it soon. Yeah. Oh. You know, Obsidian. I have a wild idea for you with media costs. Just set up a Discord server that you use for hosting images. And then just grab the URL. Like when somebody posts an image on, I don't know how hard this would be. Somebody posts an image on your server, you upload it to your secret Discord server, and then you just grab the URL and then you put that back in yours. So you just have Discord do the hosting. Does Discord do any checking the domain from where something's being pulled from? That'd be pretty funny. Matrix Bridge. Just use it to host your imaging. Killjohn, how's it going? That would still make us reliant on Discord. This is true. Yeah, it looks like they're pulling a 180, which will eventually become another 180. Because this is what they do whenever anyone responds to something poorly. They're gonna do what they said they were gonna do. It's just they're gonna have to take a little bit longer. Yep. Gotta let people get comfortable with it. I'm on Reddit right now, guys. I'm getting distracted. Started that thinking about Twitch. Twitch basically does the same thing. Yeah. I had pointed out, yeah. A lot of this stuff too, you can accidentally soft lock your account too. When they implement these things, they do them in such a poor manner that you could permanently lose access to your account. I think it's bullshit from the perspective. I think the real truth of it is it's so that some politician can say they were hard on XYZ in their next political ad, and that's it. I think they know it's nonsense. I think they know it doesn't really do anything in the sense of actually protecting or really having anything other than, hey, how old are you, right? I don't think that the people doing this are ultimately thinking about some long-term, the plan is to monitor people or whatever bullshit, right? But I think that the outcome of that being the case is like you can play it forward and see that coming. Right, exactly. I mean, why not just do this on the ISP level and be done with it, right? Like, but right. Yeah, no, none of it really makes any sense, and so it's just going to be some bullshit thing. I think ironically, for instance, the approach that Discord was going to take puts all of the people that supposedly, so it's like, oh, you're not going to age verify, we're going to put you in the kiddie bin with all the other little kids. And it's like, congratulations, now all the pervs have to do is just not verify their age, and you gave them a friendly little cluster of little kids in like teens and stuff. And it's just like, it's actually creating a filter to make it easier for these people to find certain groups of individuals or whatever. And I mean, in that case with like Discord, it does appear to be like we're trying to make ourselves more palatable for not investment, but for going public and shareholders, right? For the stocks and for our future, going public. So that it seems obvious that was the intent. But yeah, I mean, there is also an aspect of it where it's like, these are monetizable accounts. If we know that someone's in this age range, then we know we can do certain things like advertise gambling and shit to them if they're in the States or some nonsense like that. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's stupid. I think it's in the same vein as what the stuff that Louis Russman is trying to fight. And it's in that same vein of certain aspects of it's a way of closing out a competitive marketplace. But I do think that ultimately in California, this is all just bullshit Newsom stuff to try and be for his presidential run, just to have some fucking check boxes to show up on some political advertisement. It's really all it is. Not sure that age verification was needed for it. Yeah. But I also think, I don't know, man, like, I started getting really into the NASA stuff with this is going to tie into this, I swear. I started getting really into the NASA stuff with the launches of Artemis 2 and the moon missions. And it's been fascinating to get everything from the horse's mouth, from all the sources that are eventually quoted by newspapers and the news and eventually YouTube content farming people. And to see how things get twisted by these people to just farm engagement is really edifying when you follow a topic in such a way where you know everything that they're kind of glazing and they're gaslighting and all that kind of shit to farm a certain group of people's sort of reaction. And I feel like even with this stuff, there's an unhealthy dose of that where you have entire groups of people that use this kind of thing to just farm reactions from people. And it's not helpful to fighting this kind of nonsense. And it's interesting to see even it happening with the Discord stuff where, I don't know. I think there needs to be a terminology or something that we start embracing that is like, free range internet. Fucking free range internet, guys. We need to get back to like farming on the internet. I don't know what to call it, but we need something where we're just back to the old days. I mean, you use a chat thing on Facebook because that's where your mama and papa are, or your fucking grandma or Mima is. right? And that's all they know, and it's easy for them because all they had to do to sign up was put in their email address, and look, everybody's there. The entire family's there. So do you create something where that can happen for your family? You just get everybody off of it? NeoCities, yeah. It's basically 90s internet. Yeah. It's just that the problem is, again, like there's entire audiences that are just like I was talking about earlier. I was talking about how people, I will say this too, just the same as Fortnite. People don't play video games. There's a whole group of people who don't play video games. They just play Fortnite. They play Roblox. They play Minecraft. That's it, right? There's an entire group of people, and this was true in the early days with AOL. There's a whole group of people who don't really use the internet. They use Facebook. And they, they don't know anything else. This is their front page. This is their homepage. This is the thing they interact with. And like, I don't know how you break a whole groups of people out of that. The crazy thing about Facebook too, that I've experienced is that even if you're not on it, how much of your life will be exposed by others. Like we early on struggled with people taking photographs of our kids and putting them online, where it was like, hey, could you not do that? Like we would have to tell our grandparents not to do that. And they didn't really get it. And I think they thought we were being too, I don't know. But it was just like, no, this is for us. You guys can have these photographs, share them with each other or whatever, but please don't put them on Facebook for everybody to see.
Hey, we're gonna run to Ridley's.
Okay. Some countries' Facebook is the internet. Yeah. I remember when I was in Brazil, they used, like, it was weird to see that entire like the chat program that they used in a country was just an entirely different thing. China's got Baidu and all that stuff, and like in Japan, entirely different platforms for communication are far more popular than here. WhatsApp is definitely in Europe way bigger than, say, Messages or whatever Facebook uses. But ironically, Facebook has WhatsApp, right? So, but yeah, that's always interesting. Modern generation is growing up and discovering stalkers who know everything about everything they did from their childhood, thanks to mom and dad. That was my big fear. That's why I was trying to avoid that with our kids. And just having an entire record of like, oh, little Johnny did this and said this and blah, 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 blah and stuff. And it's like, if they ever, I mean, the less there is of that stuff, I don't know. I say that as somebody who constantly just spits out their opinion and has their kid on their lap on the stream all the time, though, I suppose. But it was mainly about like, it was just like it was like some stuff where it was like, hey, don't, yeah. I saw this cool video of this guy who took their TV and they put picture frames on it and then made a program where it would show pictures and videos in each of the frames. And we have a broken TV, a 50-inch that's got a big black line down the middle. And so I want to do that. And just have like a living photo album hanging on the wall. And do something like that. Yeah, more intranets, less internet, right? I think something about like the early days of dial-up and having to connect with intent and think about what you were going to do when you were online, and that you were only going to be online for a certain amount of time, and you couldn't just do everything. You couldn't even doom scrolling on a 56K modem wouldn't even be a thing, right? I think chat rooms maybe filled that role in a way at the time.
Yeah, an e-ink display for large poster photos. Yeah. You said the same thing about your butthole pics, Greg. Yeah. I don't know. Something about it just felt like a violation. And now within parent groups, I'm doing it and parents don't seem to question it, where I say, can I take a picture of my kid with your kid? Like, I always ask permission because it's just like, I don't know. It feels, because you don't, as a parent, you don't know what that's going to do. And weird shit happens, man. You know, you take a picture of a teenage girl and then fucking people are gooning over it and shit. And it was like some innocent thing where it's like, that's your daughter or whatever. And then it you know, like that's, so it's weird. Times are weird. Ah! I mean, in the old days, it was like, well, there was one guy who was going to expose your pictures and you were going to get your negatives back. So the worst that could happen is they could make a print for themselves, right? But like now, bro, I do not know what's wrong with so that's fine. It's something in the editor. The files are in the computer? I think there's more than one Godot running right now. I think there's some phantom Godot running. Gotta be. I have to grep. Does anyone remember how to grep? See, this is where I'm out of is it awk? PS aux? I think I got a rogue PS-A pipe grep Godot. Nothing. The fuck is going on here?
What the hell?
You know what? Let's do NVIM. NeoVim. Maybe NeoVim is running somewhere. Try lowercase. Okay, I'll do both. I maybe have something is tying up the pipe grep lowercase Godot. Nothing. Let's double check NVIM. Nothing. Okay, so we're a clean slate. Ah! This is the one thing about Godot that's just shitty. I need to remember but doing tooling in Godot is such a pain in the ass. Using tool plugins and stuff. I might not have dash. Nothing's showing up when I run issue the command. What's crappy? Oh, I'm being exaggerating, but when you work on tools in Godot, when you're doing anything with @tool and you start programming it and everything, you find yourself having to close and reopen a Godot a lot. Sometimes things don't register proper, or when you make changes and stuff, you got to close the scene, reopen the scene. Sometimes that's not enough. And then there's the trick to debugging when you do this. When you're making a tool in Godot, you want to add to your debug flag. I forget what it is, but in one of your arguments for debugging, you want to add another flag so that it runs 2 instances of Godot, and you're actually debugging the Godot editor itself, the IDE.
so that when you're creating tools, you can see what's going wrong. I might actually have to do that in this case because there's a lot of funky stuff that's going. Here we go. So that fixed it. This kind of refresh. There we go. So we're back in business. There's our thick, juicy log. It happens though. Every engine's got its little idiosyncrasies. So, okay. Now, let's get back to business. Let's add those buttons back in. We finally got it working again. Good gravy. That was a pain in the ass. So it was Vim. Something about just even having the terminal window open was holding a resource. Holding something open still. That we didn't want. So now that we're back in business, let's try and get these buttons working again. Bring up Lumber here. We'll see if we can get these buttons loading. Let's do one at a time. We'll close and reopen the tree editor. See, the window keeps coming over here. I got to update my, this is fucking because I got to run my own version of Arch, guys, because this is because I updated Omarchy and all my rules are busted now. Okay, so everything loaded fine. If we go to a branch, what do we got? If we go to a branch, we have load branch. Okay, so far so good. If we press load branch, we should get a window to open. No, we don't. Oh, and that's because what? No, there should be a dialog that pops up. Branch load. File dialog. Oh, you know what? This is what I was talking about. I don't think this is going to work. And we have to do this somewhere else because I'm trying to use initialization. We can't access the scene tree in the way that I need to initially. This isn't going to work. And again, it's a resource. We don't have ready, right? Is there a ready on resource? I feel like there isn't, but maybe I'm wrong. Because ready is a node thing and a resource is not a node. No, it's, there's no ready. Okay, so we have to do this inside the tree editor. Ah, shit. How are we going to do this? We have to trigger, we have to emit a signal. And essentially for this, then we'll say, branch load and save. Oh no, so branch load, okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're back in business. We're cooking. Thanks for letting me hang out today, guys. I know I've not been doing it 100%. I'm in this weird, this part of the development, I'm in this like a weird, it's all a prototype stuff. It's just what it is. We're going to get to a part where we actually are playing a game again, I swear. PS-A is supposed to show all of your processes. I'm grepping it though, right? Let's see. Yeah, we get everything. Let's grab something we know is there. There it is. See, now we see two NVIMs for some reason. The fuck is that about? They're within the PIDs are the one after the other. I think one of them is the Godot. There's no way. I don't know. Maybe. Anyways, is there a way to get uptime on PS? Is it like you? I don't know. Anyways. So, on the branch, it's not on the branch that we want to, it's on any piece of lumber. So we are in lumber. So on any piece of lumber, we would want to be able to add branch or load. I guess we would call it load branch. And then we would give it a path. And then the other thing would be to save branch. Again, it's this pesky dialogue, the file dialogue that we need. So there's a few ways to go about this. Now we could share the tree editor dialogue. What we could do is on tree editor, file dialogue could be a static. And then we could just grab it. We're going to do that. Don't do this, but I'm doing it. I'm allowed to, but you can't. Okay, so hang on. So if we're doing that, if we do it that way, then, and the other thing we did is we said file dialog. So now anything that says file dialog underscore, we've got to go and change. So if we go visual mode, like 600 GG, and then I do a find and replace. Oh, I did something wrong. There we go. What? Keep doing it wrong. It's forward slash. Ah. There we go. Okay. So back on Lumber. So we just have tree editor. Tree editor. There's a couple of problems with this, mainly with the saving. I don't know. Let's see if this works. Well, we gotta reload some stuff. Load file's busted. Everything's busted. That's weird. Why did I ask for the file right at the beginning? Now it's working. Okay. Open the tree up. Everything looks cool here. Choose a branch. And then we have oh, it's so woody, Vex. So hard for you. So filled for you. No one knows what I'm talking about, and I just made a fool of myself. It's fine. I made Vex audibly gasp the other day. It was such a loud gasp that I heard it on my stream. Save it for when I'm alone. Got to clip that. Got to get it clipped. Yeah. Okay, there's a tree. We are so close here, boys. I promise you. So, again, we're doing this dialogue pop-up thing. And we're just calling file dialogue pop-up. So here's the problem. Let's how about we have branch dialogue? We'll call it branch dialogue instead of file dialogue. We'll put everything back on the other end. Okay. And then what we'll do over here is we're going to roll everything back. Like that. So it's like we did nothing. And then we'll have a static branch dialogue instead. Okay. Now on ready, we just need to add it to scene tree. So we do this here. Same deal. Root file folder. We're going to add a root branch folder. And root file folder is really root tree folder now. We're going to go here. Branches. This is all temporary too. That's the crazy thing about all this. So we do the same thing here that we did with the other thing for the editor. Otherwise, we do this. Now, we don't need to worry about file dialog in the running instance. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure why we add that there, because all of this only matters if...
Shut up and take my money!
What in the hell? Medusa with the gifted sub for Vex. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, I'm a dog. Look at me.
I'm a big dog. Oh, here we go. Guys, I need to do better on all the like stuff you can get for subs. Now, if you are subbed and you have your integration with Discord, I do have a sub only like a sub only thing. So Tetrio break, let's do it. Yep, just all nudes. Just cricket rock hard. That's we call it rock hard cricket. Hang on a second, I gotta go get my controller, otherwise I'm useless. Let me get the multiplayer session going. Anyone can join. Here's the link. Nobody calls it that. Sub only. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to walk off the screen and disappear. I know, I gotta get the I used to have a green hoodie My wife wanted me to put it on and zip it up so it was just my face just floating. But it's gone now. All right, let's do this, Medusa. It's me and you. Stupid ads all over this thing. Look at this. Oh, I already screwed up. T-spin. Oh, this is bad. Now's your time, Medusa. Take the kill. Take the shot. God, this is bad. Come in, murdered. There was never a chance. There's always a chance. But it was fun. All right, let me pin it. We're going to pin it for 10 minutes. There's the link. Anyone can join. Let's just break into... No.
Fartality.
This is a public pantsing. How's it going, Mr. D-Boy? That's Mr. D-Boy to you. Oh, you said that.
Flawless victory.
Game didn't have a good launch. Wish I had a dad right now. Mr. D-Boy, I didn't even know about it. I didn't realize. Fuck, dude, I screwed up. I would have been pumping the shit out of that. God, I feel like a bad bud, dude. So it's out. All right, let me do a shout out for you. But we kind of, I mean, we talked about it though. You kind of knew that was the case though, right? As far as the potential for the launch being not as good. Because as you had discovered, the early access is the launch on Steam. Is that right? So wait, so let's... Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Now, early access, does that show up in everyone's default searches, or is that a flag that people have to enable in order to find the game? Or hang on, I gotta text my wife. She commands my purse strings. So how the time frame for recent reviews last 30 days. So starting today, you need to get 24. I don't know what the 10 review thing is, but I'm wondering if you need 10 reviews now that you've launched in order to get that threshold that everyone's talking about. I need to write a review for it. I think I should have my daughter write the review. Discovery Queue is only for launch. EA is considered launch. Yeah. So work on the next thing and set aside like 20/80, like 20% of your time you come back to this. Try and keep polishing it. Start getting feedback. But the launch, when was the launch? The 5th, so it was 5 days ago. Yesterday? Oh, I'm sorry. We're on the 6th. I saw a different number in my head. I was thinking 10 for some reason. Have you, okay, Mr. D-Boy, did you save any clips of people playing your game? Streamers. Have you considered asking to use their likeness in advertising? Maybe you can find some VODs of people who have played it and throw in their reactions playing it.
You know, almost 1K marketing emails. So there's either what? There's either not an audience or the game is not being communicated well somehow for the past month. Yeah. Well, dude, you can't blame yourself at this point. I mean, well, here's what I'll say. So what I'm saying when I say that is that you did what you could do, which is all that we can ask from anyone. But what I mean is that you really, really tried. And so to have not done well with the effort that you put in is noble and good. And so it sucks and it hurts and all that stuff, but it's still a good, it's an accomplishment that few can claim. Even with the number of, listen, the number of fucking slop coming out on Steam and the effort and the work that you put into this game, right, is different. And so for that alone, you're like trying to create something good and valuable in a way. And so for you to push beyond that and to actually care about what it is you were making is more than what those people do. Now, do some of those people have way more success than you producing slop? Yes. And that sucks. So the question is, are you going to do the sunken cost fallacy of, do you continue to devote time to this? Do you think that that's a waste of time? Or do you cut your loss and run? Can you take this from an engine perspective and turn this into a different game, for instance? Maybe farming wasn't the way to go. Maybe, look, okay, so you have mini units, right? MMO. 1 week. Okay, so you have tile, you have a tick cycle, you have the character as cursor, right? So these are the core things that could be swapped out for something else. You have interactable tiles. You have these cycles, you have NPC, so maybe, the one thing I will say though is zooming out on this, the rooftops and everything, this is where I think maybe for some people they see this and they see everything looks the same. Maybe something simple that you might be able to do is create a sort of biome system, but for the way the buildings look, where but I get that the iconography of a building is important for recognition of what the building is. If the face of the building is the same, but maybe the rooftops change colors depending on where they're placed or something to make the variation higher. But I don't know. If you did the cloud thing where you cast the shadow of the clouds moving overhead, maybe weather system, you don't have that, right? You don't have weather, do you? So, time of day? I don't know. No weather, no time of day. So maybe those two things can have already, time of day, and suddenly you have like lighting and stuff that you can do that you're not doing. Although, again, this is all work, right? I think what maybe you need to be able to do is assess what people enjoy about the game. In terms of like playtesting and stuff, my daughter contributed to it and all that. So
But do you have any analytics to figure out how people are actually playing? I mean, good dude. What would that look like? Should I make a Godot plugin for event tracking? Well, there is straight up just GameAnalytics.com has a Godot plugin. You do need to do a build of Godot, which isn't hard. I'm muted? I don't think I'm muted. I'll double check. Oh, I muted you. GameAnalytics.com has a plugin for Godot. And so you need to do a custom build of Godot, but it's easy to pop in and start using it. You can do heat maps and all kinds of stuff. See how people are doing certain things. But the problem is this is a play it your way kind of thing. But I mean, in any case, if we're to look at the visuals and say maybe farming isn't the thing, I mean, what's the negative feedback like? 144 viewers is nothing to be shy of. Like that's awesome, dude. So negative. That's in Chinese. So we're out of the loop there. Oh no, that's Japanese. 5 hours, AFK for like 2 hours. Game's quite cool, but even for an EA, the game is not interesting. Lack of content. No advantage of mixing crops. Can be laggy on in-game. When was this review? 27th, August 7th last year. More recent. Sarcastic answer from the dev. Uh-oh. Game is fine, but the price is too high. Lasts an hour. Greenhouse related content. Game has such potential. Everything seeing in the beta is going in the wrong direction. Many months for an update. Dude, this is a good sign though. You're getting reviews from people in Japan. If you move the merchant and king outposts, they no longer come to you, even if you connect the roads and bridges, make it impossible to progress. However, I personally think it's a game that has a lot of promise, so I'm looking forward to seeing its progress in the future. There's a Russian review, or rather Russian language. Working on pathing and mechanics are abysmal. The dev has expressed there's no intention to alter them. Workers select work randomly across the map. Coin. There's another Japanese review. A game that still seems lacking, but the ratio of wood and stone resources is not right. Is it just me? After 1 hour, the stone resources depleted? Even if the merchants, only trees remain.
This is a lot of feedback. Another Japanese review, dude. This is a good sign. Yeah, but still, the number... How is the Japanese reviews coming in here? Overall explanation is lacking. In the end, you only need to grow crops to sell at a high price. There's no need for other types of crops, so there's no depth. Extremely low spec. The Japanese translation is rough. A lot of things are wrong. Simply not much content at this point. Is this Korean? This is Korean. That's Chinese. A few hours of content costs $10. The update trailer disappears as soon as it's released. Yeah, this one's Chinese, I think. I like the concept, but it feels like it's released too early. It's a demo. It's because it's early access. God damn. Well, I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, dude. What do you think? What do you think you're gonna do? Yeah, it seems like we're finding that early access is it's your launch. My viral marketing strat was going to be stream my game 24/7 on TikToks for a week, but then just sleeping some of it. You want to try that? Oh, for you, Medusa. Yes, if it needs it. Dude, I still think there's enough here. I haven't played it in a while, so maybe I should do that and give some feedback. But I'm asking you what you think you're going to do. Do you think you're going to keep going with this, or do you think that you're going to move on? My problem is 99% cozy content creators only mostly do paid promotions. Well, I mean, you can silo that, dude. Every once in a while, fire off a paid promotion. Reinvest every single dollar that this game is making back into itself. And target your cozy content creators with every single time you do one. Do one, get some new sales in, get some new feedback, make changes, do it again. You could use that as a strategy. But I guess what I would encourage is determining if you're going to just cut your losses and run or not. But I would say that even when I'm saying that, I still mean that you continue to support the game and at least get it to, like, I don't know, because I can see a lot of other things that could happen here. Like the day-night cycle would be kind of an easy one. But is it something that the game needs? I don't know. A weather system would be another one.
Seasons would be another one. So there's 3 things right there that are quite big deals. Weather can be, well, yeah, weather can be destructive too, right? Yeah, so you could have like storms that like are, mess things up. The shadow clouds, yeah, the overheading hanging clouds is like a freebie that you could throw on there, I suppose. It would bring some variety. Those things conflict with how fast the cycles are. Maybe you can just we're talking like 5 minutes, right? Shadow clouds it can do. I mean, the little dudes could be spaceships. The buildings could be spaceports. You have a whole system here for something else as well. So you could theoretically turn this into something completely different, and just try again with a new approach. Take what you've learned, and instead of doing early access, skin it, and do more than that, though. Obviously, like put more into it. Pirate ships, trade, international waters. Yeah, I mean, you could do something like that. I just saw a really interesting video. I mean, it makes for capitalizing on the Japanese thing. In Japan, they have these marketplaces. Where like something with an S. Ichiba. So it's generally like different facades outside of buildings, and then inside the store is this like really intricate place. Super, yeah, that's the one. That's the word. Subarashi. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Maybe not. Maybe that's not it. Not Superstore. No, that's not it then. These are like tiny mom and pop shops, and they're all different. And they have different facades outside the building, and they're generally in like a big marketplace alley near where trains are. And you go there, and there's just a ton of different stores, none of them big names, all mom and pop. You walk into one, there's a bunch of fucking imported like American bullshit. And you go to another one, and it's just like the best sushi you've ever had. And then you go to another one, it's just like all, like a fucking Pokemon thing. And so they're all these just like individual things. But this, like the Japanese audience and this whole layout and everything is very reminiscent of all that. Shoten, is that it? Mr. D-Boy loves Japan. I'd have to try. I saw a documentary about them on NHK because I'm just obsessed with watching NHK. Booyah! How's it going? Let me see if I can find the show, and then I might be able to figure out what it was. But anyways, when I saw that, I was like, man, this could be a really interesting game. Wait, Booyah might know. Booyah, what are the names of the shops that usually pop up near train stations in Japan? Shotengai. Is that it? I think that might be it. And they're just like for shopping area. That's it. So it's better than a mall because malls suck. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All the pictures that I'm getting are not what I'm thinking because it's so cramped. But it's like all alleyways and stuff. All walkable spaces, generally no vehicles going by. But yeah, each store has like kind of unique facades and stuff on the outside. And then on the inside, they're just different kinds of stores, just random all over the place. But anyways, the way that your game looks when it's playing has that vibe. You have a potential Japanese audience that's appealed to something like this. So like having a marketplace game could be interesting. Let me get the show. Let me see if I just search for that. Will I find the program about it? Yeah, here it is. Here's the actual episode that I saw. You know what? Let's just put it on because it was interesting to me. It's some Canadian guy who's lived in Japan for like 40 years, and he got super interested in it and is doing like an anthropological kind of study on it, basically. I don't know. I could put it on. But I'll get too distracted. Here's the link. I was thinking that this could easily be some sort of game thing, like a sim thing or something. Kind of like you don't really control what pops up, the market does, and you're sort of like, it's like a goddish game kind of thing, maybe. I don't know. And then it just sort of grows because it's talking about the history, and it goes all the way back to the 1800s, 1900s, post-war. And then bam, the culture of it and everything and how it sort of grew. I was thinking about this exact kind of game a few days ago where you just draw roads, train lines, and the city grows around it. Yeah. I do think that God games will have their day again. And I don't think that they're really anything right now, but that they could come back. Because if incremental games are a sign of anything, people kind of like this, like not really having to play too hard kind of thing. Softies, wiffle ball. They're wiffle ball games, you know? And God games are definitely kind of like you just kind of poke around things and watch what happens. But the Japanese marketplaces Shotengai. So those definitely seem like a cool thing to do with that. It's because you could do eras and time, and some shops stay there forever. And then some areas are just like really can't find the market, and they're just coming and going and coming and going. The reason why they're
Shut up and take my money.
Let's see. The reason why incremental games do well is because they feel like movies. You can play them in 2 hours and be done. You can collect them, like the games themselves. I never wrote a game that didn't play itself. In fact, I never released after making them play themselves and thinking, no one will ever play that well. The content creator also loves them because they can do a video and be done. Gifted sub for Booyah. Grandmama. Booyah, Grandmama, with the gifted sub. Thank you for that, Medusa. But yeah, I do think God Games might be the next incremental, like where suddenly there's a fucking, some guy has a success, and then there's a bazillion YouTube games, videos of like, didn't you know, dumbass, that this was obviously the next thing. I did not release some of my games because the autoplay showed the gameplay was shallow. Yeah. It should be us. It should be us. I actually stalled myself on a Minesweeper clone while I got distracted trying to create a system that could show the numbers. Turns out you need to. It was a mess. Yeah. One of my earliest coding things that I did was a pictogram, Picross. I did one of those, and the algorithm for it, and whether or not you could create one that was solvable, I cracked that because you can accidentally screw them up and make them unsolvable. You have to code a solution finder. Yeah. Picross was like that too. When I made that, I had to build an algorithm to tell you whether or not you're making something unsolvable, basically. So what are you going to do, Mr. D-Boy? What do you think? Are you going to cut and run, or are you going to double down? Supposedly, statistically, here's the thing. So there's this stat about, if you release a Steam game and it doesn't have a big launch, it's never going to do good. Because of how Steam's algorithm, blah, 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 blah. I think the truth is that people release games on Steam and they don't do good, and then they're done with it. And so there's no investment in trying to make the game any better, and it doesn't do any better. And so the statistics show that to be true. What I'm saying is that it's not causal. That being a truth does not mean it's a causal thing. That the Steam algorithm never favors your game because it had a poor launch. I don't believe that. Steam wants to make as much money as it can. If your game suddenly starts doing well, they're going to promote it again and again and again and again and again because it's making them money. So, but what I do think is possibly true is that people release a game, it doesn't do well, and they don't ever do anything more with it, and so it just, the rest is true. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I have a game pitch for you. It's about an Italian plumber that has to save a princess from a turtle dragon. Shit. Well, I get it. I get that it's sad, dude. If you just want to wallow, I totally understand. But I do think if you want to continue to improve it, that you take the money that you've earned from it and you reinvest it in paying these cozy people to play it. Do one at a time. The problem is that I believe that, yeah, you might have to pay 1 or 2 to do it, but then eventually it might take off on its own. Somebody else plays it, and then everyone starts playing it because they see all the other cozy people doing that, right? But a strategy of releasing it to paying one of them to play it, getting feedback from the audience and everything that comes along with that, and iterating on it could be a route. So it's a possible venue for growth. But I mean, you do have this working thing that you built. You have an entire system of a game that you've got sitting there ready for something. So you can just pivot, and you can completely cut your release cycle in half now. Right? Or you dedicate more time on a different aspect of polish of making a game. You have this engine. Is there something you can take from it, fucking Frankenstein it into something else or whatever? So Stavoy, how's it going? The Frankenstein, you might try the Frankenstein approach or the marketing thing. Working now? Nice. Hang on a second, guys. I'll be right back. I heard my kid's going nuclear. I just want to make sure everything's okay. Oh, dang, 2Bob. Woo! Hell yeah. I'm excited. It's in the air. It's over the Atlantic. Like Howard Hughes. It's in the stratosphere. All right. Okay, so we have this branch here. And we have a load branch. I'm making it so I can clone branches, and then I'm hopefully just going to pop a tree out. And we'll get back to actually working on the part of the game that's called a video game. You know the part where you make a video game? So we're trying to get back to that point. Now what I could do... Well, I have to do it here. I got you, Nathir. I think the big problem with any of that stuff is getting people to sort of interact with it and engage. You know, and if these guys are paid off, a lot of them charging money and stuff, they might all be getting paid to work on the same game at the same time, and you don't even know that. Thank you, Miss Cricket. Branch file path.
equals path. Branch file selected, confirmed, save, file dialog, current path. When does this change? Load file. Equals path. Where's path coming from here? Load file. Okay, almost there. It's Friday, my dudes. 50 minutes in the day, no less. We're doing it, guys. It is a carrot. I am digging myself out of a lot of yak
take
here.
my money.
With a gifted sub to Blork, Medusa T. Dustin once again.
I'm a dog. Look at me. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Arf.
All right. That's my... That's so stupid. I like this new dog feature. Oh, God. We're close. Branch file selected. Branch file confirmed. Let's confirm. Print debug. Branch confirmed. Percent path. Selected. And path, it should be branch file path, which we don't have anywhere, so we need to get that somewhere. Var my work is making me do stuff and asking questions. Also, lazy man's way. I'll try that next time. Oops. Did I break everything? Yep. Something's broken. What? I don't know. Because LSP and suggestions, and I'm not getting any errors from anything. So it just doesn't work. Path not declared in the current scope. Oh, yeah. Well, that would do it. I know, man. We shouldn't put our faith in anything. What were we thinking? Let's load this tree up. There she is. She's beautiful. Look at that gorgeous tree. Hey boys. It's me, Tree.
Looking good.
All right, load branch, save branch. Okay. All right. So now we're calling up the dialog boxes. We confirm the path by doing this. So let's do that. Save branch, taco. Oh, see, we're not going into save mode. So when we do, let's go to this. We're changing the dialogue mode. File mode. We're popping them up. Oh. File mode. Save. Save. There we go. Save. And branch selected and branch confirmed. Okay. All set. So that's all good. So now when we save, we need to do just that. Which is we have to grab the branch. So whichever one of these we popped up.
Shut up and take my money.
What the hell? Munglo with a gifted sub for or Medusa T for the gifted sub. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. How's it going? How you doing, Munglo? How's your stuff coming along? Do shout out to Munglo. I'm not shouting out people enough. I got sloppy. I need to eating dinner with you all. Nice. I should probably make dinner for my children. We're gonna do burgers and watch the Nintendo Direct. It's a family tradition. If there's a Direct, I'm barbecuing, and then we're eating that food and watching the Direct. Is that weird? It's our sports in the Cricket household. That's what we do. Now, what we could do, we have a couple of choices here. Branch load. Now, interestingly, this is on every single save branch. Branch lumber. You know what? This should only be on branch. Branch load can be on anything, but branch save only should happen on a branch. So we're going to put this here. And we're going to grab save. Move that onto branch. So only a branch will have save. And then on any piece of lumber, we can load anything. That seems more rational. So now extension, we just have load branch and create branch. And then on branch, we have save branch, create branch, and load branch. I hate how it groups this stuff. I'd love to have cross inherit when you're inheriting in resources and whatnot. When you do groups, you could. I don't get into it, but.
Oh, nice. I'll use that too, Bob. It's just the name for the calling function. Nice. Yeah, you know, I probably could just have a tool that I just expand on that uses that same method of getting it's like my own custom print statement that that expands on that and does it in a little bit better way. I should do that. Got the player interaction menu working fully today. Yeah, not just yet. And it works in multiplayer, so tomorrow some touch up. Test it on Sunday. Nice. I am dedicated to this tree thing, even though... So, I mean, the thing about showing development is to show the sides of it where you just want to... Again, this morning, like I said, want to jump off a cliff. We're a little bit past the jump off a cliff phase, which is good. So we're not quite feeling that jump off a cliff anymore. Okay, so load file. And then that just, that's called from the Bhutan itself. Right? And we do all this stuff. Right. We're doing all that. We're doing all that. If we have a path, load file. So here, hold on a sec. If path. Where is this coming from? Oh, I see. So in our case, we're nulling it out. So this is where things are a little bit weird. We have the buttons inside here. File mode, branch dialog, pop up. So probably we want a function on the outside that we call, and that does it all in there. So like when we call branch save, we're literally just going to call on the tree editor. So the problem is if it's a static function, all hell's going to break loose. We could try it though. For now, we'll just do it this way. It's just spaghetti. We are literally tangling the spaghetti together right now. We are tangling. What a tangled web we weave. We're just going to go like this. Not on save. This is over on load. Load. So on load, we're going to clear the path out. Because we don't know what it is. On save, we do that. Now, the last thing we have to do here is figure who are you? Who? Really want to know who are you? Who? Yeah. Branch. So file dialog current path. What are you talking about here? File dialog current path. We have a branch file path. That's what it is. Branch dialog of branch file path. File dialog. Branch confirm. File. Branch dialog. It's branch dialog. Branch dialog. Branch. So we're not saving trees. So what we do need something to save. So we're going to figure that out. Also, this is different. Okay. Let's get the saving going. So save, we're just going to have an external, a static var called branch, which is a resource branch. And then whenever we call this, we say tree editor branch equals self. It's rocket science. And then when we go here and we're in save, and when we've selected, we have the file path, branch dialog, current path. It's current path. Clear it out when we load. Come over here. Branch file path. What is this about? That seems like a load of bullshit. File concern. What we have file path. Why do we have this? File selected path. Why? This does nothing. This literally does nothing. What? What is this? What is assigning? Have you ever just had ghost code? Load file does it. And then we reset it on load file. Save clears it out. That's what I get for copying past Cricket. This is nonsense. Yeah, we don't need any of this crap. Or do we? I'm dubious. Ghost code. The other day I was doing a remix and I used ghost beats, which is a bunch of ghost notes used against the main beat. I invented the name Ghost Beats. That's a good one. File selected. Does file selected have the path? File confirmed has nothing. So again, though, how are we getting the current path? Once again, current path is being from load file. So when we go to save as, we pop up. Does it do it for us? Where that's why the assignment is happening through the UI GUI, the UI GUI, the UI GUI. Do you like how I spelled selected? All right, I'm going to keep this for now. But what's weird is I can just set path here. And then we don't need this. All right, we're getting there. Come on, guys. Can I do this before I have to go? And then we confirm. Next thing we need to do is we have branch self. So when we go to save, we set the branch to self. Then we pop up the dialog. If we confirm the dialog, we set the path. And then we save. And now we're going to save the branch. And we choose branch dialog, current path. It's going to work. Hold on to your butts. Let's see if this goes. So we're going to close this out. Godot's going to crash on us just because it likes to do that. We'll give it a second here. There it goes. I could feel it. Feel the vibration. Feel it. Feel it. Oh. Ghost Speeds sound like a brand. Feel the vibrations. Bump, 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 bump. It's got the good vibrations. Smooth sensation. Bump, 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 bump. Yo, I talk like this when I sing. But I'm not really singing, I'm just saying words. Previously freed. Tree editor Ed 83. Now we're in infinite help. 83 GG. Physics force. What in the hell? Why is physics running right now? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Branches. Hey, we got a test branch. Let's see what it looks like. Let's rename it. Test branch. And let's open up test branch and see what we look like. Oops, that's not it. There she is. It looks like something. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like something. Interestingly enough, we are saving things that I do not think we need to save. Angle, specifically. It's fine. It's fine. So now we have to reconstruct this bad boy. All right, Mr. D-Boy. I'm glad you could come here and vent. I'm sorry that things didn't work out. I had an idea. League of Extraordinary Developers. Creating a way for us to try and work things out. It'll be rich someday. Mr. D-Boy's almost on the streets, guys. Mr. D-Boy, I have a room to let. Gets a little cold in the winter. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Going to need to bundle up a little bit. But you'll be able to come upstairs and hang out with the family and stuff. Does it cost $0? I couldn't do that. Couldn't do that. I can wash dishes. Oh, shit. Okay. What about laundry and folding the clothes? And I want little mints on all of the clothes placed on our bedside. Easy. All right, let's load the tree back up. Booyah. Now, load branch. What does this look like? Load branch is only going to be available on said branch. We say load branch. Load the branch. And load branch is going to trigger some sort of serialization. So how do we do this? Or deserialization. So we're going to, we have a branch file. We know that it's a resource branch. We know the resource branch has a bunch of extensions. So we just roll our, we have a way of iterating these sons of bitches already. It's a recursive algorithm because a branch can contain multiple branches. Refresh branches right here. We say value branch. So we literally say, see, now that's refresh branch. We want to just load. We have a load branch. So do we just call load branch on this? The problem is that we need to tell the branch. So from resource lumber, that's the ticket. Whoever's calling this, we need to know who it is. We need to know who it is because that's where we're coming from. And then that's where the branch is going to come off of. And so the other thing we have to look at here is resource lumber has like from something, right? Somewhere. What about in here? From. So we don't have it in branch or lumber. I could have sworn we had like a neighbor thing. Length, width, radius, position, branches, new branch. Almost there. So load branch. Got the good vibration. Feel it, feel it.
Hey, do you think they'll be okay with the wind, or should we plan on it tomorrow?
Is it real windy?
It's picked up. Before I left, it was really nice, and then I got back, it's getting windy. So you might want to just check and see what you think. Because I can change quick. So.
Okay, Camera System Part 2 commences Friday night dev party. Well, it takes me 7 minutes to make them. It takes me like 15 minutes to get the grill going. Maybe 20.
Well, what I'm wondering is just about if the wind is going to be a problem.
I don't know, like how fast it's winding.
It's like windy enough for the windy symbol.
All right. Well, I can always just go behind that tree house on the opposite side of the wind. But no one's going to want to hang out with me. I'm going to be all alone, and I'm going to be sad dad. Grilling by myself. Nobody to love me. So, I guess not. What do we do for dinner? Okay. Well, we have the chicken and well, we can't do that and potato salad. That'd be wild.
I mean, we could do the burgers in the house. I can just I don't go and see.
Okay. I really want that potato salad.
I got it. I don't know if it's still the same. I mean, that was like 7 years ago that we got
I
that.
doubt it. They change it.
But I just got the one from the deli that they scoop, but the regular one because they had two and
Yeah, no.
I didn't think it was the other one.
Pretty sure it's like Dutch or German. Like the Pennsylvania. Anyways, all right. I got to keep going.
Okay, so I'll just make the burgers inside.
Yeah. Chewbop has like 100 followers on GitHub. What a boss. 7,000 on SoundCloud. Dang, what a flex. I'm still not at, I was like 15K by the end of last year. Or what is it? Whatever. But yeah. It didn't happen. Okay, so load branch var resource branch colon resource branch resource loader load file dialog. It's going to be branch dialog, dumbass. Branch dialog, current path. We load that sumbitch in real good. Then we fire off load branch. And here's the trick. There's the tricksy part. Tricksy. We need the from. We need the from. We have to have the from. Now, the from on the load is over here. Self. So I guess what we'll do is we shall have a branch from. And we shall say unto them, when we choose from, we branch from self. So now we know where we are loading from. And now when we do the load, this could be it. This is it. I want to eat some Taco Bell. This is it. Delicious, yummy Taco Bell. This is it. From, I think that's it. If this works, a branch will just appear. Who knows where branches come from? Now, the way that this might not work out is due to, oh, something's broken. Something's busted, but I don't know what it is because our LSP breaks every 5 effing seconds. Branch load. Oh, this is resource loader. We want to, yeah, you're fine there. We want to do it here. This is it. Once again, I'm making a declaration. So here we go. Doing this. Load file. It always ends up on this screen over here. Open. There we go. There's our tree. Now, let's go down to this piece of lumber. And cross your fingers. Load branch. Invalid assignment of property we can branch from value type, resource lumber, object type, GDScript. So, what do you not like? Oh, it's branch from, this is going to be resource lumber because it could be a piece of lumber or not. So, close and reopen. This is it! Godot's going to crash on us. Okay, we killed Godot. Ah, Godot. She's silly. What a place to end things on if this works, though. Carrot burps. I gotta say, carrot burps are not the most pleasant burps that you could have. Not a fan, personally. All right, load branch. Here we go. All right, and here's the dialogue. We're choosing this. It says save right now. I don't like that. Hang on a second. Branch load. File mode save. What the hell? Let's check resource branch. Okay. We gotta close and reopen again. And now something is broke. What could have possibly broke? Something is broke. Something is still broke. Resource lumbar. File mode load file. It doesn't like that. File mode load. Give me something. What if I do this? Open file. Jeez. Gotta be specific. Clear out all these errors. Load. All right. Now, extension. Load branch. Why is open grayed out? There it is. Oh, fuck yeah! Fuck yeah. Okay, so now let's save it. No, not the branch. We want to save the whole thing. We're going to save this as tree 5. So, I know I shouldn't be that excited. This is basic shit. Doesn't feel like it, though. Past Cricket is very excited about his work that he did on the branch loader, because that was pure extensibleness right there. I just gave it a branch resource and it's like, all right, boss, you got it. Okay, so now we can just load a branch in. So tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the day where we design a fancy looking branch. And then what we're going to do on the branch is when the width of the branch is such that it's small, certain size, I don't know what it is. If it's beyond that size, it just disappears. We're just going to get rid of it. If it's like super small. But if it's small enough, then we also want to add some leaves to it. And we'll just do billboarded Sprite 3Ds. I guess it wouldn't be billboarded. It'll just be Sprite 3Ds just hanging out. And then we'll have some leaves. We can do that. But the main thing is, let's get a bunch of branches in there and get the wind going again. We'll get all the branches in there and we'll get the wind going again. And this whole tree should hopefully just come alive. Now, let's save. We saved the tree as 4, right? Or did I save as 5? 5. So let's go ahead and run this. And hopefully we just have a 5th branch. Not hopefully. I mean, I know the code, so I believe that it'll just work, but who knows? You never know. I suppose. Got to keep our options open. So, finally at it. Let's go ahead and run the scene. Up. Ooh, she's getting a little happy there. Did I not save? Now, is this not... We see a bunch of add lumbers firing. You know what? Let's close and reopen it. Because I suspect this has something to do with the fact that we didn't choose to load from tree 5. Oh, and then I didn't even do that right. Load tree 5. Open. Interesting. It didn't show up as a savable element. That's because it's not been added to the resource. So we're going to finish that up tomorrow. That'll take no time whatsoever. It'll append to the list of branches, and that'll happen on lumber. Right here, it needs to be added to this array, and then we're golden. Then when we hit save, the new branch saves as well. So right now, what we do is when we hit the branch, we hit this the branch create branch button, and this fires here. What we need to do is have a superficial add branch function that's external. So this I could do it right now. Add branch, and so this would be new branch, resource, lumbar, resource branch, void, and then we do append. And actually, if we do it via this, we could do the emission. So this would be new branch. So if we do this, and we just emit the new branch, then I don't need. So then we go over here and we just say add branch down here. Whoops. Tree 5. Go down to the bottom. And so instead of saying load branch right here, we just say branch from add branch. As a matter of fact, yeah, this is fine. Resource branch. And that should trigger the series of events that then puts it on everything. So let's just confirm that. Do the same thing. Oh, updating scripts documentation. What the hell is this about? Got to rush Kay to the hospital in the morning for a brain scan. If I'm not around, I'll be there. Be well, crew. Yeah, too, Bob. Much love, best wishes. Dude, I'm starting to get the ears, the ear hairs, the like white ones. Oh, different beats, the amen beat. Nice, too, Bob. All right, cool. Let's reload Godot one more time. If we can get this going, if this is all set, I'm so psyched. Because tomorrow I can actually just design a good branch. Chances are I'll probably end up being like, I don't like it, I want two different ones or whatever, but that's fine. Okay. So let's do one here. Resource lumber, load branch. Helps if I pick one. Okay, so don't like that. Invalid call, non-existent function, emit. Resource lumber 59. New branch emit. I like this Vangelis vibe going on here. Turn down a little bit on this one. Oh, we did it. Okay. So let's load another branch, one other spot. Interesting. Okay, so this isn't going to work the way we wanted it to. So we're just going to do the append here. And that makes sense, actually. And we'll still keep the load branch. Everything else should remain the same. Okay. Okay, I moved it. Save the tree. Save the tree leader. Save the world. Saving the tree leader. Save. And let's go ahead and close and reopen the tree. Load file. Uh-oh. Why? Tell me why. Tell me why you're not happy. All right, we can hit this up tomorrow. I'm feeling really good about all this, though. Is this, hell yeah. It's so sprongy at first. Okay, so our changes are coming across. For some reason, when we're adding an additional branch, for now, I broke something. I broke something. Oh, you know what? We're not calling add branch. Oh, shit. So on our from lumber, branch from add branch. So we say branch resource. So that's what makes it save. And then we also call...
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm...
All right. Branch from... And this is a piece of lumber. So it could be a branch, it could be lumber. Branch from, and then we say load branch, branch resource, branch from. Okay, and let's try it. Extension, load branch, open. Yeah, she's suspected brain tumor because my life has been relaxing lately. Full scan on the 17th, the lady who runs the emergency room, so she's going to arrange for me to just happen to have all the right doctors available when we get there. That's who you know, I guess. That's the lady in the morning, so it'll be going to the ER. Didn't mean to trauma dump. No, I wouldn't call it trauma dumping. I mean, I would expect, you know, like if I didn't know you in the chat and you just popped in here and was like, my dog died and my wife just like jumped off a bridge and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I get, you know, those terms that pop in, and then suddenly they just can be suddenly. I think there's a thing with people that aren't our age where the fear of being cringe and a bunch of other things prevents real communication and real grounded like real connection. And I feel like having terms like trauma dumping and stuff kind of add to that layer of like you'll never get to know anybody. Sorrow. And so I don't think of it that way. Dude, we got to be able to unload and like unpack things too. You gross sicko. So supposedly this is broken. Branches append, add branch. Load from self. Save self. From, add branch. That's all there. Branch resource we load from the file dial, from file current path. We don't clear. Then we have load branch. And this is recursive. So then why are we suddenly busted? We go over here and we disable. Oops. Let's disable this part here. We might also be in a race, again, another race war. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that is exactly what it is. We're in a race war. It's a race war. Never a good thing. So we're going to go ahead and go like this. Now we're going to pick it again. So we were just, before we were in a race condition. Load. And nothing happens. She hung. She hung again. Branch resource add from. Sometimes I look at the neighbors in ungodly ways. Not ungodly. What's the word when you're thinking about, when you're thinking is a big sin? Great fun. Impious. I'm just waiting. Yeah, I'll tell you that the whole thing got torn apart because the drug sniffing dog screwed up and flagged it. I'm having a TurboGrafx 16 shipped to me, and I'm waiting for it to show up in pieces because they think it's explosives. Yeah. Put everything at the top to save them some time. Yeah, unfortunately, I think if there were any good ICE agents, they're at customs. The fucking wild lunatics are elsewhere. Whoa! Oh, it's recursive. It's recursive. Wow, that's wild. I don't even understand that. Okay, what am I looking at? So we have to create a new one. Okay, we'll work on this tomorrow. We're ready though. I'm about to meander to the west coast of the U.S. after studying in the East. Am I in for a good or bad surprise? I guess it depends on whatever politics we're playing with federal powers in the region that you're moving or heading to. Over to the Seattle area. Oh. Well, good luck, Sorrow. It's the blue states where he's trying to make an example out of things. But yeah, I don't think Seattle's the one getting hit hard right now. Seattle's incredibly chill. Maybe a little too chill in certain ways as far as police force is concerned. But yeah. No, I think it's right now he's just making an example of his political enemies. So I don't think Seattle has anything to do with that. Sometimes it smells like pee. Unfortunately, the last time I went, it was pretty bad. Things were pretty bad there. But I don't know if it's changed at all since I went. That was about 4 years ago. In terms of like, my daughter was, I want to say she was 3 or 4. Yeah. When we went, because we'd been there like 2 other times. And this last time that we went, which I think was about 4 years ago, there's a ton of tent cities when there wasn't before. On all of the islands, like everywhere. And then, yeah, and then Pike Place, there was, we went down to the aquarium down by the sea. And when we were coming back up, we had to, it was the weirdest thing. Like when we were coming back up, we had to dodge people that were shooting up. And then it was just weird to see people high as fucking kites up against the walls and stuff. Just like, and the cops were right there and they weren't doing anything. This is really weird. And then we saw the city waste management, one of the city waste management guys going pee against the side of a skyscraper, which I thought was peak irony that he had this fucking vest on. It said waste management and he's peeing against the side of the wall. So, well, I mean, I guess the other times that we went there, we just somehow didn't see any of it, even though we went to the exact same areas. But for some reason, whatever it was when we went in the last 4 years, it was really, really bad. So, but I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot going on. I mean, I don't remember. It was pre-COVID. It was pre-COVID. I know that. So maybe it wasn't 4 years ago. Shit. It was longer than that. 6 years? 6 years back? Boston safer than Seattle? I wouldn't know. I mean, we felt safe in Seattle in terms of like we were going around. We also went to the quote unquote bad side of Seattle, which is the black side. Where the super progressive people that we were with were suddenly like scared for our safety. It was fine. But they were like shocked that we went there and like didn't die or something. It was weird. I never understand that stuff. It was funny to go there. Like the whole time, the family that we were with were constantly talking about how great the tap water was. Oh, the tap water here is amazing. It's like, okay, dude, like that's cool. Weird flex, but okay. Like, the last 8 years seem to get really bad in homeless for Seattle, everywhere. Yeah. That only happens at night. But no, I mean, that was the funny thing where, and I realized it when we were there. I was like, oh, there's a lot more brothers here. And it's like, okay, like everything's still fine. I'm still just kind of moving along. But it was just weird. That's where I find the weird. I was noticing that a lot, where there's like people claim to believe certain things and then they don't. And it's like, oh, you like to say you think these things, but then when it rubber meets the road, you really don't. I did go get a tattoo, and there was a park across with a very expensive perfume shop, and the park was filled with a mix of seemingly normal Seattleites mixed with junkies. Commingling. Commingling. Yeah, we went to that pink place, the place that does the retro games and stuff. We went all over when we were there. They were so used to it, it didn't matter. Yeah. I just don't like being... I don't like knowing that a building is so much larger than me. And that I'm walking right beside it. For some reason, it's the same sensation I get from heights, but being at the bottom of a really tall building. Pink Gorilla. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah. Scared of the big buildings. My small town mind can't handle it. Yeah, I know. We went here too. No, isn't this right? Where the yeah. No, isn't Pink Gorilla like right around here? There's the college area. Captain Coder. Well.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh, give the sub for Medusa for Captain Coder. Thank you for that, Medusa. Well. Where is Pink? We went to 2 retro places. Yeah, no, Pink Gorilla is like right there next to that. Yeah, no, we were totally right there. Cal Anderson Park. Yeah, we were totally there. Yeah, I remember. And then there was one inside of a mall type thing. But I feel like it was closed or something weird. Is that a telescoping log? We're just getting adding branches going, and we realize that it's recursive, so I'm going to have to create an instance of the. We're going to have to. What is it? Duplicate. We're going to have to duplicate. So actually, it might be as simple as this: branch resource equals branch resource duplicate. And then there's some flag to go nested. Dupla, triple. Let's see what happens when we do it now. Logged branch. Here's our test branch. Open. Oh, I get what's happening. Ah, shit. Okay, it's got the wrong... All right, we can fix this. So, tomorrow we'll get this all fixed up and we'll just duplicate the crap out of branches. We'll go to the park. We'll go to the perfume store if you come to PAX. That's why they call you the duplicator. Hell yeah. All right, everyone. I'm going to take off. It was fun hanging out with you all. I appreciate it. Yeah, and my comments about the bad neighborhood, just to be clear, my comments about the bad neighborhood were not mine. Were not mine. Okay? But that's what they meant. They just couldn't say it. Because they're two-faced people. So, M is doing Jackbox games. Who should we do next? Who should we raid? Maybe there's a new Gadooter we could find. Kind of want to raid Arcus. It's normal. Junkies are scary sometimes, but mostly sad. Yeah. Depends on the drug, I suppose. But those meth heads, man, they're just gone. Or is it not meth? What is it? It's what's the other one? What's the one that's making all the rounds now? Because people can't get the pain medicine they need, and then they get hooked on some other thing. There's M. Let's look in the categories here. Godot. Tylenol. Goddamn Tylenol addicts.
Does anybody ever tag something with hacks? They haven't. About Love 2D, Pico 8, Puzzle Script, Pygame. Oh, Pygame. Okay, somebody in Teacher Jam 1 used Pygame.
Shutter? Is that a streamer? Trying to find somebody here, guys. Let's do M. I haven't gotten to rate M. She's not gaming, though, guys. I'm sorry about that.
That was supposed to be the other one. Are we hearing it now?
She's jackboxing.
birds.
All right, guys,
Hi,
go
Roger.
ahead and
Okay,
join
good.
Jack,
Hear birds.
jacking off with him.
Tell me levels. Oh, janky stream tonight. But what's new, right? Quiplash.
Yeah, so have fun with that. You pervs. Anyways. Yeah, see you guys around. Much love. I'll be on tomorrow, I think. And we're gonna get the branch loading going. We just gotta get the duplication issue going. It's a recursive problem, but it's not wholly recursive. And so we'll get that going, and then we'll just create a good solid branch and clone that all across the world. See you then. Much love to everybody.